Hey guys, live on Radio Row, day number 3. We have a lot of guests lined up, but right now I'm joined by the craziest guest, John Shear,
Thank you. Appreciate that.
the most motivated person on Radio Row, James Tatum, and of course myself, JB Ellis. And unfortunately, what happened was I started the show before we got to see about all of our shows. So we're going to take a quick 30 seconds so you can see all the shows on the Sideline Sports Network, and we'll be right back.
Thank you.
I know you guys missed us. The Chris working man on Radio Road, James Tatum. This guy does not stop. If you listen, you're broadcasting, if you're on ESPN, you are serious. You know, after you hire me, of course, and John James, Sports. This guy's got to be that choice. If it's not,
he's the fourth option. He's the option.
You know, listen. If you want to, if you're that much better. And I see Eric Wilson just getting in right now, setting up their table at the Sports Arena. We got everybody and anybody who's here right now. I was on the SB57 Foundation show right before we started at 8:30 this morning. Show on the Moran Radio Row. It's a little bit hard to do with the setup we have, but you have booths that are set up for Caesar Sports, Draft, FanDuel. You have SiriusXM, CBS Sports, BC Sports, Westwood One, Peacock, Sleep Number.
He's literally right up the Matthew Bigman walks by us, Michael Smith.
Barry said, "Hey, to me." Remember. And guess who is here? Guess who we just spoke to? This speaker.
Who did we just speak to? Gus Farad.
Gus Farad, the best show ever of Sideline Sports.
Dave Wilcox.
We made something.
Gus, you remember? This is fantastic.
I mean, do you remember Gus has his own show? And some work over here on Radio Row right now.
And we're currently waiting on Miss America, where she may be. But she hosted it for pleasure.
But this Sideline Sports. And we're back.
Sorry about that, guys. We got the Super Bowl Wi-Fi. It's just dropping reception like Nelson Aguilar, like Jalen Reagor dropping reception. But we got it back in. So
GQ over here.
It's been a great experience just to be out here.
Here, and keep in mind, we are at the Phoenix Convention Center. Well, Matthews, who just walked in the village, sit on our We got Gary Stein and Stevens to my left.
Interviewing Lee Steinberg, the Sidelines Network.
We got Lee Steinberg over there. Anybody who's anybody in the NFL is here. You know, we got the best coverage. Ray Lynn is in the house. He'll be around here soon. Cade Morehouse, Jordan Long. Am I missing anybody? I feel like I just keep running off all the names of some great people here.
I mean, and you spoke about Miss America earlier. The best part of America is the Sideline Sports Network.
That's true. I mean, you know.
Tatum for president.
What is it? Fireworks, apple pie, and Sideline Sports Network.
Yeah.
July 4th. That's all you need.
If you don't love that, then you don't love America. Do you not love America? How can you not love America? I love America. I'm just saying.
It's kind of like not loving the Cubs on the Confidential show with Sideline Sports.
Exactly. There's so many good shows at Sideline Sports.
Except that Orioles show.
But let's talk about why we're here, guys. So, two great teams got to win their conferences. We got the Philadelphia Eagles and the Kansas City Chiefs. Two phenomenal teams. And James, since you're the Eagles guy, tell me what was the reason the Eagles just went through and were able to be so dominant this year?
It started with the culture that this team was trying to establish. It started last year. With Nick Sirianni coming in as his first year as the head coach. He got off to a really rough start, and everyone was criticizing him because he was at his press conferences talking about how, you know, right now we're just a little seed and we're trying to blossom to a flower. And all the Eagles nation, all the Eagles fans were rolling their eyes at this guy. But the Eagles go on and they go to a wild card spot last season with Jalen Hurts' first season as a starting quarterback.
And he got his ass kicked.
And that game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, that game was the best thing to happen for Jalen Hurts' career because it motivated him and it made him want to get better. And this is a guy, he's a special guy. And there's just certain things that you can't see about him. We see what he's able to do on the field, but the reason that he has ascended to this level to where he's arguably the MVP of the league, him and Patrick Mahomes probably neck and neck for that. This guy has taken that next step, and this team is just rallying behind him in every way, and this team is playing for each other. There's not a lot of egos on this team. Everyone they want to win, and I think that's probably the main reason that they made it to the Super Bowl.
Interesting. I mean, a lot of people said that they didn't play anybody tough all year, which you really play who's
they
on
did
your
play
schedule.
the NFC East.
Well, 3 teams in the playoffs, and you could.
That doesn't mean that those teams are tough. The
Really?
Dallas Cowboys aren't tough. The New York Giants aren't tough. The Washington, whatever you call them these days, aren't tough. Like,
We don't
come on,
count
man, that's
Washington.
6 games that aren't tough.
We don't have any
Stop
control of who the teams that we play. But every team with a winning record, we beat them. We beat Minnesota. We beat Dallas. We beat the Jacksonville Jaguars, who won a playoff game. Doug Peterson really turning that Jags team around. We have some quality wins this season. When we got to the playoffs, the Giants were coming off that win over the Minnesota Vikings. And what were people saying about that? What were people saying about the New York Giants at the time? Oh, well, Philly better watch out. Philly is a one-and-done team. The Giants are hot. The Giants are going to come in to Philadelphia, and Jalen Hurts is not healthy, and they're gonna hit his shoulder, and they're gonna mess him up. 38-7. You come out the next game. Obviously, 49ers had.
Hang on one second. The Giants really weren't there in that game. They played flat-footed, almost like as I was listening to your explanation. I just wasn't there. But go ahead.
And then obviously the next game against the San Francisco 49ers. The top defense in the league, the Eagles put up 31 points against them. Jalen Hurts driving down the field into the first half. It's a close game. Eagles get 2 touchdowns in less than 2 minutes. It was some really efficient offense. And the team has done what they need to do to get to the stage. And against the Chiefs, it's going to be a great challenge. Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback in the NFL. But the Eagles have a great team. So I think that they have a great chance to win this game. And it should be a great game.
So that was a very long-winded explanation
Yeah, Mike Carrick can do that.
on why the Eagles were the Eagles.
You just didn't say forks up.
You asked. You asked.
Listen, the Eagles are a good team. They really are. They did what I said before the year started. Let me just say I was right on the NFC. I told you San Fran was going to be good. I told you Minnesota was going to have a great year. They were going to come back. I thought the Packers would have done better. That was my one miss in the NFC. And the Giants, I don't handicap my own team because it's just not cool. But John, tell us why Kansas City was able to come out of the AFC when your Dolphins actually made the playoffs for once.
Yeah, I mean, well, first of all, Tua got hurt, so that changed everything. And who's going to win the AFC? Changed the entire AFC outlook. But I mean, they were able to win. I feel like the Bengals' offensive line was obviously hurting. The Bengals, if they would have put up any amount of points, that game's not even close because I mean the Chiefs just couldn't really score. The defense of the Chiefs held down the Bengals, and if the Bengals put up anything, that game isn't even close because. But for some reason, the Bengals came out flat-footed. They stomped the Bills, but they came out flat-footed against the Chiefs. It just made no sense. The Chiefs that system is. I mean, we've seen it with Andy Reid. 9 conference championship appearances between the Eagles and Chiefs. A bunch of Super Bowl appearances. There's a Super Bowl like the system. It's a plug and play, kind of like with the Patriots. With their dynasty, it was just kind of like plug and play, and whoever you put in there is going to fit into the system. So I feel like the system really works well in Kansas City, and they brought in a lot of speed guys to help out McKinnon, Valdez-Scantling, Juju, all these guys, Hardman, like all these guys that are super fast, not exactly the best players, but they're all super fast. And then you got Travis Kelce to anchor it down. And they got a terrific offensive line.
So basically what you're saying is you're going for the Chiefs to win this game.
No, not at all. I'm not going that far. I mean, I think the Eagles are deeper with their depth. And whenever you have more depth, typically you're going to win the game. And the Eagles run the ball really well. And the Chiefs don't have great depth on the D line. It's not the best depth. Obviously, the Eagles can rotate guys on the D line, keep that front four fresh. They can do that because they have so much depth. The Chiefs really don't have that. If the Eagles can wear that D line down, run the ball late in the game, when it gets into the fourth quarter and the Eagles start running the ball and it becomes a 7-8 minute drive, 14 plays, and then they go down and score, it's going to be hard for the Chiefs because the Eagles are so good at wearing you down and controlling the clock.
Yeah, I got to agree with you. I hate to say it. I think the Eagles have more depth. They're better on both sides of the ball. They're more complete. They have a number one receiver. That's a number one receiver.
They have 2 number 1 receivers.
And let's be clear. It's the only way the Eagles are going to actually win this game, right? Like, because you have Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce and Andy Reid in that system, automatically gives you an advantage. But because the Eagles have so much depth in basically every position, it's like they get punched, but they can punch back harder because you know what I mean? It's like an army of. It's like, hey, Chiefs have these couple guys, but the Eagles have an army, and it's like you got to get through the army of Eagles.
So,
does that make sense?
So we spoke about both teams, but the other night, opening night, Travis Kelce. My last question of the night. Well, let's do this. Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady and Gronk. Which pair are you taking?
I mean, I'm gonna take the guys that have won multiple Super Bowls. Mahomes and Kelce aren't done yet, so you got to take Brady, won 7 Super Bowls. You got to take Gronk, everything he's done. So you got to go with that pairing. I mean, Mahomes and Kelce haven't finished their careers, so for me, it's not fair to, assess that because what Brady and Gronk are retired, and they're already going into the Hall of Fame, as soon as they're eligible. So,
what about you, James?
I gotta agree with you on there. I mean, I love Mahomes and I love Kelce. I think this is one of the best duos in the NFL right now. But yeah, you got Tom Brady, who's the greatest quarterback of all time, and him and Gronk, they were like an unstoppable force together. It didn't seem to matter what you do. Even when the Eagles won the Super Bowl a few years ago, Gronk.
By the way, we have Kurt Warner walking right behind us.
Gronk, he destroyed us. Even though we ended up winning the game, it didn't matter if we double teamed him, triple teamed him. He was still making huge plays. So I got to say, I'm going with Brady and Gronk on this one.
So you think that Gronk? All right, let's break it down player by player.
Right.
All right. So scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest, right? Give me a rating for Gronk. Give me a rating for Kelsey.
Who do you want to start, James?
But who's better?
Just straight numbers. Gronk 1 to 10, and you could use points like you'd say 9.9, and
Okay.
Brady, and Gronk and Kelsey.
All right. I'm
Go
gonna
ahead.
give Gronk. I'm gonna give him a 9.1, and I'll give Kelsey 8.5.
Wow, that's interesting. So
I think it's close.
just before I go to you, John, with that, right, is Gronk the greatest tight end you've ever seen play the game? And now, before you answer, I am going to put it out here. James is about half my age, so I've seen
So
more
far.
football.
But James watches a lot of
James
football.
does-
Let's not just.
James does know the history of the game, so I want to see his answer on this because there have been some great tight ends. Is Gronk the greatest
I
tight end
think
that ever
I
played the
think
game?
right now it's Tony Gonzalez.
Okay.
It's hard to argue against him, but I do think the trajectory of Kelsey's career, the way the offenses are nowadays, it really benefits him. So by the time his career is over, he's probably going to have the best numbers. When it's all said and done, he has a couple rings and he has the best stats. He could go down as the best tight end.
So Kelsey retires today. He doesn't even play the game. He decides, he woke up this morning, just finished the press conference, says, I'm done. Where does he rank in your list of tight ends?
He's got to be in the top 5. Obviously, there's Gronk, there's Shannon Sharp, there's Gonzalez.
Antonio Gates.
Antonio Gates is really good. Guy like Kellen Winslow. There's some great tight ends, but yeah, I would have to say, even if he retired right now, he'd be in the top 5. But,
Okay. John, so same thing for you. Gronk and Kelsey out of 10.
Yeah, so I would probably, because Gronk has won more Super Bowls, they both have done a lot in their careers, but again, Travis Kelce hasn't finished his career, and I would probably say Gronk is a 10, and then Travis Kelce's a 9.
So you're giving Gronk a perfect rating.
Well, I mean,
the only reason I can't give Gronk a 10 is because of his injury history. He
Right.
could not stay healthy.
But all the Super Bowls he's won, all what he's done in the playoffs, and what he's done in the regular season,
Right.
like that, nobody's been able to match what he's done. His resume, nobody matches that. If you add in the Super Bowls and the playoff, what he's done in the playoffs, nobody matches that for a tight end. Just nobody matches it. And
So you think he's perfect? Because the 10 would be perfect.
yeah,
Listen, I will
he's the
tell
most
you,
dominant tight end.
I'm
we've
gonna
ever seen.
give you coaching on the out of 10 list, right? So even when I was younger and I was dating and looking at women, me and my best friend used to talk. Nobody ever got a 10. There was always a flaw somewhere. You know, they say a 10 is perfection. I mean, right now in my life,
It is.
right now in my life, there is a 10, but that's besides the point.
Even with the injuries, nobody. His dominating is like Shaq. You know, when Shaq would play, like it just dominated every time.
So you're still going to stick with the 10 after I just said what I said
Yeah,
to you.
he has to, because like I said, the resume, the Super Bowls, the playoff domination, the regular season domination, like nobody compare. And I know Tony Gonzalez was dominant, but I've never seen anybody as dominant at that position as Gronk.
Okay, what'd you say you gave Kelsey? A 9?
No.
So he's a whole point below.
I mean, Kelsey, if he retired today, he's going to the Hall of Fame.
I understand that, but you say that there's people in the Hall of Fame that don't belong in the Hall of Fame. So that to me,
That's another discussion, another day.
right? So I can't just say because he's
You're not
going to the
getting
Hall of
that
Fame
content.
that's you know that's acceptable.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with a 9. I mean, it's not like you're settling. A 9 is still amazing. It's really
9
close
is
to
amazing.
perfection.
Not
Yeah.
as, when you're telling me that it could be a 10, that Gronk, the guy who got hurt multiple times,
That still never
That-
affected never affected anything. Still won Super Bowls. Still the most dominant
The numbers
tight
still
end
favor
playoff
Gronk as of
history.
right now.
Still the most dominant regular season tight end in history. The injuries haven't affected that at all. If anything, you're making my case. Because if anything, if he doesn't get hurt, his stats, you add like another couple
so we're just gonna go by
thousand, more
talent?
receptions and more
You can't really-
touchdowns.
You can't go by
No,
talent.
but
you
I'm
can't
saying
settle this debate because Kelsey is still playing.
right.
When Kelsey's career is over, then you're gonna have to look at
JB's making my
you're gonna
point.
have to look at Gronk's career, and you're gonna
Yeah.
have to look at Kelsey's career. How many Super Bowls does Kelsey have? What are his numbers like? Everything like that. If he gets a couple more Super Bowls, which we think is possible playing with Mahomes, it could happen.
So did Gronk
Good.
go to 5 straight AFC Championship games?
We put that on a resume of a tight end. Is that what we're doing?
I don't know. You're saying playoff games, so
Yeah, what he's done in the playoffs. We've watched him play in the playoffs. We've watched him absolutely dominate everybody.
I'm not. Listen, I'm saying you're splitting hairs, but a point difference is a lot. A 0.6 is closer. I'm going to say, in all honesty, I'm looking at it this way.
Give us your fraudulent opinion. Go ahead.
Gronk is a 9.5, and I will go with the history of the fact that he's retired, and I'm going to go with Kelsey as a 9.3. I think Kelsey at the moment, if he continues his trajectory, has a chance to overtake every tight end in history. You know, he could be the number one.
Even with the lack of Super Bowls.
He's still playing. He's playing in one this week. That'll be
Okay.
number 2 if he wins.
All right, exactly like Gene said. You really can't settle the argument until they retire, right?
We're talking about today, Jim.
Okay.
We see
Yeah,
the
but
thing
you
called the
can't-
show.
You can't really settle this debate
You can't have your
while
cake and eat
Kelsey's
it
still
too,
playing.
JB.
So you see, there's a thing called the show. We have to have content. So, hi guys.
This guy. This guy.
I don't know. You guys are killing me.
All right,
with
let's
it.
go to Brady and Mahomes. You said
Yes.
let's
All
go
right.
to Brady and Mahomes.
It's obviously Tom Brady.
I'm not going to disagree with you, but I want to hear your 1 to 10 ratings. Brady and Mahomes.
Okay, Brady's a 10. Mahomes is like a 9.
Oh,
9.8.
okay. Okay. Wow, I can respect that. And you, John?
See, I would have to go with Brady's a 9.9. The only reason he's not perfect is because he was a Patriot. So you can't give him a perfect rating. I mean, Gronk was a Patriot, but Tom
So
Brady.
we're giving Gronk a perfect rating.
Hold on. Gronk didn't give Dolphins fans nightmares. Brady obviously did. If Gronk was there and Brady wasn't there, I wouldn't have been, it wouldn't have happened for 20 years of this domination, giving us nightmares. Like that wouldn't have happened. But Brady just
They have a
happened to
losing
be
record without
there.
Tom Brady.
Exactly. So he gets a 9.9. Mahomes he'll get an 8. He hasn't finished his career yet. Yeah, he hasn't finished his career. He's not close. Like, hold on. You can't put Mahomes and Brady this close when they're 6 Super Bowls apart. You can't do that. They're
An
6
8.
Super Bowls apart.
Right now, if
There's
Mahomes
no
never plays
way.
another game, right?
Mahomes is
You're going to tell me he's an 8?
8. He has 1 Super Bowl. He you know what I mean? Like
Well,
he
if
hasn't.
Mahomes loses the Super Bowl, there's going to be a narrative that he's a choker.
Right. And the
Even
scale
though the Eagles are a really good team.
and the
Jim
scale of
Kelly
what
lost
a
4 in a
scale of
row.
1 to 10 isn't comparing the two; it's just giving them their number as a quarterback.
Yeah.
So you're comparing him to Brady when you're giving him his number. His number is separate from Brady. Just looking at Mahomes, what's his number? Not
I told
compared.
you 8. He has 1 Super Bowl. Like I
Mahomes,
can't.
when he retires, will be on the Mount Rushmore of the greatest quarterbacks.
Listen, all I'm going to say, John, once I find it, because we don't have Jake around. You guys have failed me today. You left me with John.
Wait, play the
Hey,
Tyler.
this
play
is
the
what I
Tyler
do. This is
Where is it?
the
Right
Radio Road gets to
This one.
experience
Go up.
me live and in person.
This
Click
one?
it. Yeah, click it.
Are you guys kidding me? Are you guys kidding me?
Guys, kidding me?
I mean, we miss Tyler. Tyler, if you're watching, we
We
miss
love
you.
you, man.
Yes. All right. So now that we heard this absurd,
You guys get to experience me live and in person.
again, I'm going to go with there's no such thing as a 10. Even Tom Brady, who
There's no such thing as a 10, but then you say your significant other.
How's there not a 10 if he's the GOAT?
So is your significant other a 10?
That's different. I'm older.
No, you said there's no such thing as a
Tom
10.
Brady's not older yet.
He's
So
the
10s
GOAT,
don't exist?
but he's not a 10.
Teds do exist.
Okay, now 10s exist. Now we're changing things. Who's
How
the
can you be
crazy
the greatest
one
of
now?
all time if you're not a 10? Like, I really,
So you're
please
changing
explain
your-
that to me.
You're changing your story.
I'm giving him a 9.9. That's my rating.
Okay, thank you. I
9.9.
rest my case.
You know what? You know how he could get out of 10? If he could have beat Eli Manning. The guy cannot beat Eli Manning. David Tyree, who was already over yesterday, had one of the greatest catches
Wouldn't
in
that make
Super
you
Bowl
give
history.
him a 10 because you're a Giants
So you're saying
fan?
because
No.
the Giants had two of the luckiest catches of all time,
That he lost
that takes
to-
away from Tom Brady.
Then he lost to another team in the division who's playing in the Super Bowl. You know,
He had a Super Bowl record 505 yards passing. They did not lose that game.
doesn't
They lost
matter.
the game because Bill Belichick's supposed to be this defensive genius, and he lets Nick Foles, the backup quarterback, go into the game and put up 41
That's Philly,
points.
Philly special.
41 points on his defense. But you're going to say it's Tom Brady.
I'm
If
not
I had
blaming
a
Tom
mic,
Brady.
You
Drop
kind of
it.
just did.
It's on his resume. A loss is a loss is a loss. It doesn't matter.
The team lost.
Yes, it would be-
Brady had a Super Bowl record. Let me say that again. Super Bowl record.
means
Most
nothing.
passing yards ever in the Super Bowl. 505 yards passing.
Did you lose?
Yes, because the Eagles
Thank
were a
you.
better team.
Tom Brady also lost.
Blame the
to-
defense. Blame
Tom
the
Brady-
You
defense.
can't blame the defense. A loss is a loss is a loss.
Tom Brady also
A
lost. the
team
game.
is a loss.
And who was
Brady-
who was the quarterback of that team?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Who was the coach of that team?
So you're telling me I could put anybody at quarterback? It wouldn't matter if they would have lost.
So
He
that-
had a Super Bowl record.
remember,
505 yards passing.
Joe Flacco.
Nobody ever passed, not even just a Super Bowl record, a playoff record.
So Joe Flacco threw 34 yards in a playoff game at Gillette and won against Tom Brady. 34 passing yards.
and
They
you're
won
gonna
a game.
say he's
So-
the best quarterback ever.
You have to have
I'm not saying
context.
he's not the best quarterback
Saying you
ever,
have to have context.
but you're gonna give him a 10.
Yep.
But what I'm saying to
The
you is
context
this.
is important.
You're blaming Tom Brady.
Are you guys kidding me? Are you guys kidding me?
Blaming Tom Brady for losing to the Philadelphia Eagles, but he did his job.
He got
threw
hit a
for
lot,
500 yards in the Super Bowl. Belichick is heralded as he's a defensive mastermind. His defenses are great. That's his specialty. That's what got him to where he is. That's what got him to be a head coach. He was a defensive coordinator of the New York Giants. Your New York Giants that won a couple
And
of
to
he
be honest,
continually comes up
with
short.
you,
So
Belichick without Brady is not that good of a coach.
absolutely not.
You know,
So this is the guy who actually deserves the blame, not Tom Brady.
I'm not blaming Tom Brady. I'm
You kind
just
of
saying
were.
he's the quarterback of the team. That's like the CEO. The CEO really does nothing to affect the stock price. But who gets fired right away if the stock price goes down? The CEO.
Brady did
So
everything.
Tom
he could.
Brady's like the CEO was on the team. It's his fault.
Brady did everything he could. We were just better. The Eagles
He
were
was
just better.
He was perfect. He didn't
Pretty
throw,
much.
He didn't throw one incomplete pass.
Pretty much.
Jack, can we look up stats on that? Because I'm sure he had to throw an incomplete pass.
He threw over 500 yards. Like, you can't knock him. There's no knocking a guy that throws 500 yards and loses a game. You just can't do that. How many times in the history of the NFL has anybody thrown 500? Nobody's ever
So you
thrown
have to complete
500.
100% or
Nobody's ever thrown
I really
500.
Well,
understand.
you're saying he was, he was perfect.
Nobody's
So-
ever
he was
thrown
as close to
500
perfect as you
in,
can get.
in,
Okay,
the,
I'll accept that.
in the Super Bowl. Nobody's ever done that. So
Listen,
you
I'm
can't knock
not
him.
knocking Tom Brady. I'm just saying that there's no 10. I'll give him a 9.9.
It's because 10s don't exist, right?
Okay, then what would you give Peyton Manning? 1
Peyton
to
Man-
10.
All right, so Peyton Manning, 1 to 10, probably a 9.7.
Aaron Rodgers.
I don't like Aaron Rodgers, so I'm not going to be able to be objective.
7.2.
I'll be honest with
Ben
you.
Roethlisberger.
9.2,
Dan Marino.
You better be careful with this one.
9.5,
Thank you.
John Elway.
7.4.
9.6,
Drew Brees.
8.8.
Okay.
How was the way I ranked them? How would that work
I don't,
out?
really, I don't really have a problem with it, but I know you would have said something stupid about Aaron Rodgers. So
That's
I'm
what
I'm glad you
listen.
didn't.
I am honest. I don't like Aaron Rodgers. I'm not going to sit here.
Doesn't mean he's not great.
He's a
I am
fan,
not.
he's a choke artist.
But I know I'm not going to be able to rate him objectively. And listen, not that I love everyone else you gave me, because there are quarterbacks you gave me on that list I do not like.
Like who? Roethlisberger.
Not a
Breeze.
Roethlisberger fan.
Hey,
Breeze, I'm not a fan of, but
there a
Aaron
reason?
Rodgers, I cannot stand, so I'm not going to rate him objectively.
you could put Aaron Rodgers in Atlanta since they like to choke. in that city.
Wow.
That'd be
I
a
love it.
perfect match.
I love it. So, but what do you give Aaron Rodgers? I want to hear this one.
I give him a 9. I mean,
Okay.
Really?
this guy has
So-
the greatest.
Hang on 1 second. I'm
Interception
just going to cut you off 1 second. What do you give Aaron Rodgers?
You have to give Rodgers at least a 9.
So you're going to say Rodgers and Mahomes are the same quarterback equal? I'm not even going to wait for a response to that back to you.
I
Jim.
told you Mahomes was 8.
Oh, he's an 8.
I told you he's
Even
an
worse.
8.
Even worse.
It's the
Mike,
go
come
on.
get John over
Go
here,
finish
please.
your sentence. I know
He's
exactly
one
where
of the
you're
best.
going.
He's one of the best ever. I mean, even if you hate him, even if you think he's a choke artist,
I didn't rate him. Listen, if this
people
was a
talk
quarter
about
one-
Aaron Rodgers like he's never won a Super Bowl. He has a Super Bowl. He's won 4 league MVPs. He's got the best touchdown to interception ratio in history. He's passed for over 50,000 yards for his career. He's pretty much done everything. He just doesn't have like 5, 6, 7 rings like Tom Brady.
But who
so
does?
I'm
that's
not
why everyone
Besides
thinks.
Brady.
That's why everyone thinks he sucks. But
Oh,
it's
no,
hard.
I'm
It's
not-
hard to win. It's hard to win a Super Bowl. It's not easy to win a Super Bowl. People think it's so easy. Aaron Rodgers is great. Yes, he should probably have at least another one by now, but he doesn't.
But that doesn't take away from his
That
career, right?
doesn't take away from how great he is.
I'm not saying the man can't play football. I'm just saying I dislike him, and I'm not going to rate him because
That's
if I
fair.
rate him,
That's fair.
it is going to be a low number, which he does not deserve as low of a number as I'm going to give him.
So what would you give him? Like a 4?
I would have given him a
So
4.
let me
It'd be
throw you
in
this stat.
in the mid 8s, and I do think he's better than I would rate him because of how I feel about it.
For all
That's
of our
why I don't want to do this.
for all of our people watching, because I came up with this stat, nobody else has it in the world. For Aaron Rodgers to throw as many double-digit interception seasons as Peyton Manning, Aaron Rodgers would have to play until he's 1,820 in order to have as many double-digit interception seasons as Peyton Manning. That's not a lie. That's confirmed
Yeah,
stats. I came up with that. It's real. He'd have to
Yeah.
play until he's over 1,800 years old to catch Peyton Manning in double-digit pick seasons.
And here's the thing,
15, think
people are
about
so
that.
critical of Aaron for only having 1 Super Bowl, but why do you guys not put the same narrative for Drew Brees? I never hear someone saying,
Yep.
"Oh, Drew Brees is a loser."
No one
No one says anything
down
about that.
to perception. Look at baseball. Barry Bonds, the home run king, whether you're against him because he did whatever performance-enhancing drugs or not, if you think that, he was horrible with the media. What's the perception of him? People hate him. Ken Griffey Jr., who got injured and probably would have had more home runs than
Easily.
Bonds by hundreds.
He would have hit 800.
What's the perception of Griffey Jr.? Everybody loves him. Why? The smile. He was great with the media.
He's
Same
also
thing with Aaron
clean.
Rodgers.
So you're
He's also
saying you have to be
clean.
nice to the media
I'm
or you
not-
don't get respect.
He was
I'm not
clean,
saying
too.
that, but Aaron Rodgers is way worse than not nice with the media.
Okay, then what about
then-
Marshawn Lynch?
hang
Marshawn
on.
Lynch doesn't like the media. You feel the same way about him?
Marshall Lynch is funny. I'm just here so I don't get fined. Come on, that was the greatest comment.
That
hilarious.
was. He-
But that wasn't the
As
only time.
media-
That's not the only time he did that,
As media, come on. You gotta love that. Right or
and he
wrong?
still got fined.
But again, Rodgers with the picks, you'd have to play 15 full Aaron Rodgers careers to catch Peyton Manning a number of double-digit pick seasons. That's 15 Aaron Rodgers careers to get to the same number of double-digit pick seasons as Peyton Manning. Think about how crazy that is.
And Peyton Manning has 2 Super Bowl rings, but
That's nuts.
remember, Peyton Manning was terrible his last season. His last season, he got carried to the Super Bowl by his defense.
Well, I'm not
And
going
I
to
love
disagree.
Peyton Manning, but it's the
I'm not
truth.
going to disagree with you at all. Peyton Manning's last Super Bowl was all the defense. It was nothing to do with him. But my question, going back to Rodgers, my answer to your question as well. Part of the issue with Aaron Rodgers is his ego. As a quarterback, I get that you have to have an ego. I get that you got to be the guy, because you got to be. But you also have to sometimes, if you want to win, coordinate with your teammates.
So what you're
You can't throw
saying
them
is
under the bus.
he's one of the best players ever, but he's not a great leader.
Without a doubt, I
Okay.
would say that.
I would
Gotcha.
disagree
I
with
just want to
that.
make sure we clarify where the direction you're going, because
I mean-
that's what I got from what you
Yes.
said.
And if you look at what he did throughout the year, just last year, You know, he complained about how his receivers weren't on the same page as him, but he doesn't show up for training camp. He doesn't do it. He doesn't work with them. You know, he's not going with them after practice, throwing with them a little bit extra.
Then I understand what the point you're making.
And to
a
me,
little
that's
bit
a
better.
problem because you can't throw them under the bus when they're your teammates. I get you want more money. I get you want whatever. Maybe you don't want to play in Green Bay. Maybe if you want to go someplace warmer, someplace further south.
So the
I don't
lack
know.
of leadership takes away from some of his great.
Right now, look
Okay,
at
gotcha.
the other quarterbacks you asked about. Were they great leaders? Anyone
Brady
was on that
Brady
list.
was fantastic.
Who was not a great leader?
Ben Roethlisberger definitely wasn't.
Okay, that's
He
one.
threw all his teammates under the bus.
That's
Okay.
one. Who else?
Mahomes is a great leader.
Mahomes is probably one of the best leaders
All right,
right
I'm
now.
not going to disagree with that, but I'm not.
Yeah.
None of those dudes besides
Skill level.
Brady.
Skill
I'm not
level.
ranking him. I'm not ranking him over Aaron. I'm not going to do it.
Skill level, I'm not disagreeing that
Like-
Rodgers is a phenomenal player. For me to rank him, it's not going to be a fair ranking, and
Okay.
and I can objectively take myself out
And
of that
Marino
conversation.
wasn't a great leader. Rodgers wasn't a great
Yes.
leader.
But
Roethlisberger wasn't.
Marino was well liked.
No,
because,
but he
come
wasn't
on,
a great leader.
He had Duper and Clayton, and that was like
Right.
just fun to watch.
But he was all about he wasn't willing to, not to take this in that direction, but he wasn't willing to let it be a more balanced offense to do what was best for the team. Marino wanted to be a gunslinger, come hell or high water. He wanted to do what he thought was best, and it wasn't like you see Mahomes hey Mahomes, you don't have Tyreek Hill, so we're gonna check it down. We're gonna throw more short passes. You're gonna have to change your game. Okay, Mahomes has done that this year. He's had to, because if he didn't alter his game and he tried to go what they did with Tyreek Hill, they still tried to implement that. They would have lost. They never would have been anywhere close to here. They wouldn't have made the playoffs if that's the offense that they ran. Because you couldn't run the Tyreek Hill offense with Juju Smith-Schuster and all them guys. It wasn't
They
going to
don't have
work.
the personnel.
They don't have the personnel. So what did they do? They changed it, and Mahomes was like, okay, that's what we got to do.
That's a
Marino,
credit to Mahomes.
and I love Marino, but he wasn't willing to do that. He wasn't willing to change his game for the better of the team. It was come or hell or high water. Him and the Brett Favres of the world were going to pass the ball no matter what it took.
So
And that's a little bit of a knock on guys like that weren't willing to, like you said, the leadership that matters.
So now let's look at the coaching, right? Who's the better head coach, Andy Reid?
It's Andy Reid, and it's not even close.
Andy Reid and Sonny Rhodes.
As a Philly guy, is it?
And I love Nick. but you can't argue with what this man has done.
We don't even talk about how
This
Andy
man-
Reid.
This man has won
We don't even talk
over
about
100+ games with 2 franchises. He's been to 9 conference championship games. This is his 3rd Super Bowl appearance, or his 4th Super Bowl appearance. He's done so many great things in the league. His offense has changed the NFL. And when you look at every offense around the league, they got pieces of the Andy Reid scheme. You got everything in the league about Andy Reid. So I got to give it to Andy Reid.
So let me ask you this. I know you're about to jump in, JB, but let me ask you this. So when you talk about Landry, when you talk about all those guys, do you talk about, because none of us talk about it on here, do we talk about Andy Reid in the same breath as
Yeah, he has
those
to be.
guys as
I
Landry
think you have to.
and
He
all
has
that,
to be.
and
I think-
Walsh and all
And you
that?
have to look at his success with all the different quarterbacks that he has coached.
'Cause
He
that's
coached Donovan McNabb. He coached Michael Vick. He coached Patrick Mahomes. He coached Alex Smith. He coached different quarterbacks, and all these guys kind of have different skill sets, and he got the best out of them. It's not like, he had one great quarterback like Mahomes, and that's what made Andy Reid his coach. No, he was winning double-digit games with basically every quarterback, and most of these quarterbacks, Alex Smith, when he was in San Francisco, never passed for 4,000 yards in a season. He goes to Kansas City, he passes for 4,000 yards in a season. That does not happen by accident. Andy Reid is just that great.
I just wanted to know if we're gonna finally start putting him in the same breath as
I think
the
you
all-time
have to.
greats.
I think you really do. I mean, all right, it comes down to a lot of different things too. Belichick's not likable, but we consider him in that category. We
Andy Reid
obviously
is better than Bill Belichick.
Hang on 1 second. I was about to get to that. Obviously, we took Brady away from Belichick, and it's back to the Cleveland Brown Belichick. He's just not the same guy, not the same coach. Andy Reid, we could put John in to play quarterback. He'll find a way to make John a great quarterback. Scary. Look at John. Does he look like a great quarterback? No.
You could put Will
5'6".
Stein in at quarterback, and the Chiefs are going 9-8.
Yes.
They're going to get the 7th seed.
If you put me in at quarterback, I mean, you're still winning 14 games.
Wow. I'm sorry, guys. We need more Tyler.
Are you guys kidding me? Are you guys kidding me?
But I don't know. Right now is, when you look at the coaches around the league, besides Andy Reid, who's your top three?
Besides Andy Reid?
Yeah, we're gonna take him off the table and say we already know he's top 4, but I want the other 3 in the top 4.
Okay, I see what you mean. All right, go ahead. I'm trying to. You put me on the spot, so I'm trying.
I like
to
it. I'm stumping these guys.
Well, I'm trying
today.
to think of the coaches. Yeah, it's early in the morning. I'm trying to think of the coaches. Go around the league, make sure I don't miss anybody. You got great coaches like Pete Carroll, Matt LaFleur. What he's done is historical in his first couple seasons. Been extremely we don't talk about his success enough. His first couple seasons. Dable's done a really good job.
I'll put Sean McVay in there.
Sean McVay, you can't forget about Sean McVay. There's just so many. I mean, I think we're blessed because
I think I'm about to walk off the set.
We haven't had this many great
Maybe
coaches
Shanahan.
in the NFL. And Shanahan.
All right,
can't forget about him.
Let me know when you guys got your list. I'm waiting.
I got to get one more.
I mean, Tomlin. Can't forget about Tomlin.
Wow, we talked about
Jeff
this
Fisher
for about
Jr.
a minute and a half before Tomlin came in.
Well, I like to go. What I like to do whenever you ask me on the spot these lists, I like to go through one conference at a time.
Okay.
So I don't like to bounce between conferences. I like to go down in my head.
So you're organized, organized chaos.
Yeah, that's what I do in my head when you ask me this on the spot. Is I go division by division, and I don't bounce conferences. So I started with the NFC in my head.
That will probably be my 3. McVay, Shanahan, and Tomlin, but I'm going to give an honorable mention to Doug Peterson, the job he's done. You got to remember when he first came to Philadelphia, that was following the Chip Kelly era, and we all know Chip Kelly pretty much destroyed the team. He came in and brought a lot of stability. Same thing kind of happened in Jacksonville. You had Urban Meyer. It was a mess, and he brought stability to the Jaguars, got them to the playoffs, won a playoff game this year. Trevor Lawrence just looks so much better.
I would actually
Doug
put
Peterson.
I would put Peterson in and take McVay out, and I like both your guys' lists. I'm not a McVay fan. I don't think he's a great coach. Dable, I think, has potential. If you look at what he did this year as a Giants guy, I was not expecting what they did. I was looking at 6-7 wins. They actually, in my opinion, if you take out the playoff loss in Philadelphia where they didn't show up, I think that happened one other time this year that I saw. They played great in a lot of games. They beat teams that no one expected them to beat, and they look like a totally different team. So to see if they could do that going forward, I'm excited to see. If he does that, he has a chance to move into that list in the future, but not right now.
So I would probably say, now that I got a chance to think about it, I would say Shanahan, John Harbaugh, and then Matt LaFleur.
Harbaugh is another good one.
Because we can't forget about what Harbaugh has done. If you're going to say Tomlin, you got to say Harbaugh. They both have had about the same amount of success for a very long time in that division. They started about the same time, right?
I get why you say Harbaugh. I'm not going to say
same amount of Super Bowls as Tomlin.
I'm not saying it's a crazy, it's an out there thought. That's actually fair, but I do think you have to have Tomlin in that list. He's never had a losing season. He had some quarterbacks that, I think I'm better than.
I'm just saying, if you have Tomlin, you got to put Tomlin and Harbaugh right there with each other. You can't really, put one above the other because they both have had basically the same success. Both won one Super Bowl. They go hand in hand. Same division, basically the same record. So, I would say.
What have the Ravens really done since they won that?
But he's just, they've done so much with so little because they really don't give him that much talent on offense. Aside from having Lamar, there's really not that much.
Is horrible.
They really haven't given him anything.
They have some running backs that keep getting injured, and they do pretty well. But go ahead.
And since we're talking about Harbaugh, talking about the Ravens, I think this is a good time to bring this up. How do you guys think that the Baltimore Ravens should handle the situation with Lamar Jackson? The two sides, it was reported that the two sides are over $100 million apart on what Lamar wants versus what the Ravens think is reasonable. So how do you think the Ravens should handle this situation?
I think you have to do whatever you got to do to keep Lamar.
Yep.
If you got to franchise tag him and negotiate until you complete the deal and hope it gets taken care of. He is right now the face of the team. Since the defense isn't what it was previously, back in the day what it was. He's a phenomenal young talent. I think you got to do what you can to get him long term, where it fits the team narrative, though. Because if you pay him just to pay him, and you obviously can't just meet his demands because of the salary cap.
Well, the cap just went up by over 16 million. So
Yeah, but you can't just say, okay, I went up 16 million. He has 15.
it's not like they even gave him weapons. And it's not like he has weapons to throw to. I mean, he has some nice running backs. He has Mark Andrews, but give him some receivers. Like last year, we saw Tyreek Hill and Devontae Adams and all these, and A.J. Brown go to quarterbacks that you give them help and it helps develop them. Why have they never done this for Lamar Jackson? Like, they refuse to go out and make a splash to help Lamar Jackson. I don't understand it, and they're going to continue to do it for whatever reason. The Ravens just refuse to go and do this. If I'm Lamar, I'm like, why would I want to stay if you're not going to give me anything to throw to on the outside? It's just not fair.
Yeah, it's a rough situation. I don't see how they can let him go. I think that no matter what, they got to do what they got to do to keep him.
Oh, and Cardinals also gave Kyler Murray, DeAndre Hopkins a couple of years ago too. So
let's not forget.
But you see what I mean.
I see what you mean, though. I mean, they at least they were willing to make that investment, but
they haven't done that for them.
Yeah, I think you guys are absolutely right. I mean, if you're the Ravens, you cannot let a guy like Lamar Jackson walk out the door, because who are you going to replace him? Whoever you replace him with is not going to be able to do the things that Lamar does. So your team's going to be in a bad situation.
You're talking about that. I mean, look at the Giants with Daniel Jones. They have Barkley and Jones who both are in contract years. There's not much out there as far as quarterbacks. I think you're stuck with Daniel Jones now for a couple of years. And
Derek Carr would be a really nice stopgap replacement for 2 years till you can figure something out.
I'd rather keep Daniel Jones. I know what I got.
Really?
I don't like Derek Carr.
Derek Carr can throw you 30 touchdowns.
Who's he throwing it to?
We go out and
Derek Carr does. I mean, and I'm not saying Daniel Jones is the greatest quarterback in the world, but Daniel Jones's mobility and getting outside the pocket and making some plays that brought a different dynamic to the Giants' offense.
Yes.
And Derek Carr, he's more of a statue.
Right, but he can throw the ball. He definitely can throw it.
I'm not disagreeing with that, but in today's NFL, you need a quarterback that can move. Otherwise, we could have just kept Eli. Eli wasn't done where he could throw the football. Eli just couldn't move from here to where you are with any speed. And it's the way the NFL is today. You need to have a quarterback that can move. It's not a pocket passing game anymore. It's evolved.
I disagree. I mean, Joe Burrow, he's not a scrambler, but he can move. Derek Carr can move. He's not a scrambler. Like Patrick Mahomes isn't like a runner. He doesn't run the football. He runs whenever it's necessary for a first down. Like Joe Burrow can do the same thing. Trevor Lawrence can do the same thing. You don't have to be Lamar Jackson. You can be Joe Burrow, who is able to move in the pocket. Tom Brady.
I could be Joe Burrow?
Tom Brady's done it for years.
How do I do this?
Tom Brady's done it for
I know. I can have one of these cigars from the SGC Foundation. So, guys, if you're watching right now, we have a group, the SGC Foundation, that does charity golf tournaments for children's hospitals. Steve Gadsner, a great guy on Facebook. If you like golf, you love children, you like children to be healthy, definitely go there, donate the SGC Foundation. And apparently I could be Joe Burrow. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, like I said, man, you don't have to be Lamar Jackson. Joe Burrow. Tom Brady's done it for over 20 years. He's not fast, but he makes the necessary movements in the pocket. He's mobile enough in the pocket where he can keep his eyes downfield, avoid the one of the rushers, and then chuck it downfield. You don't have to be Jalen Hurts type of mobility in order to be successful in the pocket. And I think Dable is a good enough head coach that takes care of
Sideline.
Yeah. he takes care of his quarterbacks well enough to where, you know what I'm saying?
So I'm going to step off for a second while John and James keep going.
Yeah, I drove him to madness. Joe Burrow to
I'm going to be
madness.
Joe Burrow.
All right. So let's talk a little bit of NBA stuff now. Been
Sure.
talking about football and everything. So last night, LeBron James did it. He passed Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. He is now the all-time leading scorer in NBA history. How significant is this for LeBron James and where he stands like all-time in the GOAT conversations and all-time rankings and things of that
Yeah,
nature?
I mean, anybody that would say that anybody that would knock this is just crazy. I wouldn't even be dumb enough to say something like knock this achievement. I mean, in our lives, James, we've gotten to see Emmitt Smith break the rushing. We've gotten to see LeBron break this record. Like, we've gotten to see so many of these records that we never thought would be broken. So, like, this, I mean, the world should have stopped for this moment. Because this moment in sports history, this isn't just a sports thing. The world should, like, this is something where the world should have stopped Fox Television or ESPN or CBS or whatever they're doing, and record this moment of LeBron James' birthday. Because this is significant. This is history. Like, this is when Emmitt Smith broke his record. Like, think about all the times you watch on TV, Lou Gehrig or anybody like that that's broken a gigantic record. Like, this is huge. Like, Michael Jordan's never done this. Like, nobody's ever done this. I mean, and the game is global now. You know,
Right.
like NBA is global.
All the international players.
This is one of the biggest achievements in the history of sports. This is just, I can't put into words how big this is. It doesn't. I'm not going to say, well, now this makes LeBron James the greatest player of all time. Like, you have to, I mean, again, you have to have context. You've taken the resumes. I'm not going to be a prisoner of the moment and say, well, this changes everything. But this is one of the biggest moments in the history of sports, him breaking it. To me,
All right, the set just got better, guys. I'm back. I know you missed me.
do you disagree? Do you agree? Like, what do you think, James?
I think when you look at LeBron, you just gotta say this achievement just shows how great his longevity has been. For him to be 20 years into the league, still playing at this level, we knew that this was only a matter of time that he was going to get this record. It's actually pretty crazy to me to see the longevity of LeBron because he came into the league in 2003, pretty much has been arguably the best player since then. And even right now, year 20, he's 37, 38 years old. He's still a top 5 player in the NBA.
Listen, LeBron,
So for him to pass Kareem, it's such a great moment for sports. It's a great moment for him. And just another record on the long, long list of achievements for LeBron James in his career.
listen, LeBron, we all know that I'm not a LeBron fan. To take anything away from this man, what he has done, he has taken dogs to the NBA Finals.
And we're not saying DAWGS. We're saying, like, these puppies, these little tiny chihuahuas.
You know, he's won against the Warriors basically single-handedly with a block. You know, he comes to play. He doesn't accept losing from his people. He doesn't accept people half-assing it. He knows what he wants. He leads by example. I don't have to be a fan of him to recognize his greatness. He's definitely one of the, greatest players of all time. My debate with as far as who's better, I'm still going to go Jordan all the way forever. LeBron's kind of getting towards the end right now. There's not much in my mind, he can do to make
He's
himself.
got to get 2 more championships. He's
Even
got to.
Even if he
LeBron
does
has
that,
nothing left to prove.
No. If you're gonna tell me he's gonna pass Jordan, he's got to get these 2 more championships.
it's a different
He's gotta
game
catch
now.
him.
It's a different game.
No, but if you're doing the what everybody in the history of the world's done 4 billion times, this debate, you've got to get those 2 championships. If you don't catch Jordan in those championships, in this debate, you're not catching. It's just you got to
I
do
agree
it.
with that. I just think you got to look at the context of everything. LeBron James going up against a Warriors super team, going up against Kevin Durant, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and the crew over there. no team was going to beat that team. So, looking at his finals record, I don't think that's. I don't think
that's a
that's
knock for me.
I don't really think that's something that you can knock.
I
Against
have
LeBron.
to. I have to. Jordan's
You can't.
6-0. Jordan's 6-0.
Jordan did not play the same teams LeBron has
It doesn't matter how many times LeBron lost in the finals.
Jordan also is the only one that
LeBron-
hasn't
He's
played in the year.
lost more than he's won.
LeBron has led puppies to the finals, as you said.
Yeah.
So,
but
you
he
did-
has more L's than
you're making-
W's in the finals, and Jordan has 0
Listen.
losses, 0 L's. Come on, man.
Jordan would
LeBron
not,
lost to better teams.
Jordan would not accept losing.
Exactly.
So who's better?
We talk about
The
leadership.
Portland Trailblazers with Clyde Drexler in the group, or Kevin Durant, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Golden State.
Different type
Which
of
team?
basketball.
Which team
Different,
is better?
different
Golden State's one
basketball
of the
game.
best teams in the history of the game.
But it was also a different
So
game.
who would
back
win in
then.
a 7-game series? That Blazers team or that Warriors team?
Can't compare. It was
Oh,
a
of course,
different
the
era.
Warriors.
You can't even
So
But
say
it was a
that.
LeBron played
different
better
era.
competition in the
But
finals.
like you said, it was a different era.
LeBron played
Right
better.
now, if I go like this, everybody cries in the NBA, and it's a foul.
That's true.
These guys that play today could not handle the physicality of what it was in the 90s, in the late 80s. They couldn't do it.
So LeBron could not play in the 90s, is what you're telling me.
LeBron is a generational type player, and no, the way
But
he
mentally,
cries, he could not
mentally, I don't
because
think he could.
Charles Oakley would have knocked his block off.
Yep.
The first time he cried, Oakley would have smacked him
That's
around.
ridiculous.
Oakley would have been his
He's not
daddy.
saying physically he couldn't play. He's saying mentally he wouldn't be able to handle it.
It's still one of the top players of all time. There's no question about that.
Just mentally, he wouldn't like the trash talk, the getting pushed around in the old eras.
okay,
I don't
so-
think he would have handled
So
it.
what would he do when Dennis Rodman smacked him down?
You have.
All right.
guys?
How you doing? Yeah. So,
Pleasure,
sorry.
Josh.
Yeah.
So we'll be right back, guys.
Right here beside JBL.
So we're.
Are you guys kidding me? Are you guys kidding me?
That's for that LeBron
And
take.
this is for you. If you'd like a cigar, courtesy of our sponsor.
Oh, nice.
JB will tell you all about our sponsor.
Yeah. We'll start with that since you're still alive. And John's telling us it's across from the SGC Foundation. It's a charity for children hospitals. They run different health tournaments. So definitely take that. How you doing tonight?
Doing great. How are you guys?
Doing well. So introduce yourself to everyone out there so they know who.
Yeah, so I played NFL. It was funny, the team to the Super Bowl and the Jaguars. I think, years total, and now I do a lot of different media stuff. I work for Believe Network. I work for CBS2 Chicago, as well as NBC Sports Chicago, ESPN 690 Jacksonville.
Nice. So you're on Believe. I was on Believe for a while. Great network, great people. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
I have to check you out when I'm in Chicago. I'm in Chicago a lot, so I'm definitely gonna have to look into that.
Yeah, look me up.
So how many Super Bowls have you been to?
The actual game, I've only been to one, and as far as the week's concerned, I've been to like 3. When you're a player, if you're not playing, you don't necessarily want to go out because it's kind of like that's where we didn't make it there. But I've been to the week. I've been to one after I was done playing. That was a lot of fun. It was Andy Reid's first Super Bowl. I'm hoping that he doesn't win his second just because I'm an Eagles guy.
Okay.
You got a lot of Eagles fans around us.
Yeah.
So when you were done playing and you transitioned into media, what was that transition like? What did you do to make the transition?
It's funny is I've been retired now since 2018, so it's been 5 years, and I didn't start the media transition until recently. And it's funny because I just decided, I want to be in the game somehow. And what really started it is I just got on Twitter and I started deciding I'm going to go to training camps, and I'm just going to start tweeting about training camps. So I hit up some buddies. I didn't even have the credentials. I just hit up some buddies that I knew that were still playing. But hey, can you get me passes to go to training camps? I go to Bears camp, I go to Eagles camp, I go to Jags camp. I start tweeting. Following starts growing. Networks start hitting me up to see if I'm interested, and I just took it from there. Literally, it started via Twitter and just taking every opportunity. anybody asked me for a podcast, radio interview, I would do it. And it kind of kept going and going until I got jobs and opportunities in the industry.
So you're saying this is your third Radio Row, and they all been after you've been retired?
This isn't my third Radio Row. I just been down to do events. Like I was at. I worked for like Head and Shoulders. I don't have hair, I don't have hair, but I worked for Head and Shoulders one year, and they paid me to come out. And they paid me to just do a bunch of marketing stuff. So I was doing more stuff like that, not necessarily the media side, more of the marketing side, working with brands as an ambassador, to kind of go out and do fan stuff with them, and you get paid to do that.
That's awesome.
So you said that you were a big Eagles guy and everything, and seeing this team in the Super Bowl. Talk to me about a guy like Jalen Hurts. Before the season, there was a lot of question marks about him. A lot of people were wondering if he could be the guy. So what are your thoughts on him and what he's been able to do this season?
I'll pull up the receipts, man. When I went to Eagles camp, I said, I've said, sorry, Dad, Jalen Hurts is the best quarterback in the NFC East. People called me crazy then. Yeah. And I still believe it. I think he's the best in the entire NFC. But he's been incredible. When I went out there to training camp, I said, this guy can throw, he can run, he's quick, delivering. And after watching, Justin Fields, I think Justin Fields is a bright future. But it was just easy to see that he was a lot ahead of Fields in when it comes to passing. So Hurts' dual threat ability is what really sets him apart. He can run, he can throw, and he's just a leader. The guys in that locker room love him, they follow him. He's a leader. He's a guy that puts in the work. He's not a guy that's out partying. He's not a guy that's going to leave the film room early. He's not a guy that's going to miss a workout. He's a guy that is going to go. He's going to work his tail off. Hey, he looks like a tight end. If you stand next to Jalen Hurts, I'm a tight end. It's Jalen Hurts that big? Like, he's solid 225 pounds. I mean, the guy is a big, strong guy that can play. I mean, can't say enough good things about him.
So, he asked you about Jalen Hurts. We were talking about this earlier in the first hour of the show today. I had asked Kelsey the last question when I was there. Him and Mahomes compared to Gronk and Brady, who would you choose? And why?
At this point, you probably got to, if you're saying who's better, who's had the more success, you got to go Gronk and Brady. You look at all the rings they've won together, but I think they have a chance to reach that level. I think, Mahomes has got 1 ring, Brady has 7. It's tough to compare them right now, but at the end of the day, I think there can be a comparison. They're special. To me, Travis Kelce's the best receiving tight end in the NFL. Rob Gronkowski's the best all-around tight end. Gronk, I played with the Patriots for a year. Gronk can get his hands inside. He could be an offensive tackle if he didn't play tight end. He is that good of a blocker. That's how Gronk blocks. And he just got to feel like me trying to learn from Gronk and trying to get these cerebral answers from him. I go, Gronk, so why did you run that route that way instead of you broke it off at, Gronk's awesome. He's just a big dumb animal. He's like, I decided to run left instead of right. I just saw he was there. And I'm like intellectually trying to figure out why he's doing it. He just has a feel and made plays. And Kelce is a guy that just runs great routes, smart guy, and has great hands. And Mahomes looks for him. So, they're different. Kelce's not going to block anybody in the front side of a play, but Gronk can't really be as downfield in some situations. Kelce, so there's some give and take, but right now it's Gronk and Brady, followed closely by Mahomes and Kelce, with a chance when it's all said and done that they could be up there on that level.
Yeah, I thought it was a fascinating question just to see what Kelce thought. It's two great tandems. You can't go wrong with either one. If I told you we're getting one or the other.
Say?
He said Brady and Gronk because of the rings, which was fair, but I would like him to say, we're going to be better in time. But I don't remember if he said that at the end. I forget. I got to check the tape.
Yeah.
But it was great. So, what other events are you doing this week?
Just a bunch of Radio Row stuff, and I'm going to hit some. I'm actually going to the Waste Management Open on Saturday. That should be fun.
Don't tell our guy Will that.
Yeah.
He actually left this morning to go to over there.
Yeah, no, that should be fun. But just a bunch of Radio Row, a bunch of interviews, talking to different people about the game, being that the Phillies are the team I used to play for. And just doing that, man, really enjoying it and maybe get around the city and see some of the NFL experience here and do some of that as well.
And now, were you in LA last year?
I didn't go to LA last year. I didn't. I stayed put in my hometown, Chicago, and watched there. Hopefully, at some point, Chicago will be a team that's in the Super Bowl. I mean, not likely anytime soon. But
It's with people talk about Justin Fields. Some people say trade him because you got the number 1 pick. What's your thoughts on Justin Fields going forward?
I don't think you can trade him. I think Fields. Fields is a guy that has shown that he can play. That last year he didn't have a great year, but what you did see was improvement. He went from a QBR of 45 to a QBR of 65. He went from a rating of 70 to a rating of 85. He went from 7 touchdowns and 14 interceptions to 17 touchdowns and 10 interceptions. He's not great. He's not there, but he's improving. He's 23 years old. Throughout a 5-game span, he had the Bears averaging 30-plus points a game. I think that's what he can do. Obviously, you got to use his legs a little bit and his arms, so maybe that cuts down his career length a little bit, because I think that's something you got to use if you're Justin Fields. He's not a guy that's going to stand back there and just dart the ball like we see Patrick Mahomes doing. But I think you can use him like Lamar Jackson. You can do a lot of different things with him, and he will be successful. So I think you build around Fields, kind of like what you did Jalen Hurts. If you remember, people were saying before the season, Jalen Hurts, I don't think he's a quarterback. He's not the guy.
The Philly people were bashing him. I couldn't understand it.
If he doesn't play this year, we're drafting a new quarterback. We shouldn't have Hurts. Maybe we should put in Gardner Minshew. All these things that they were saying about Hurts reminds me of what they're saying about Fields.
And who do you think is the number 1 receiver?
So I'm off camera. John's off camera. But if you get a number 1 receiver for Justin Fields, what does that do for the trajectory? Because we've seen all these young guys, Jalen Hurts included, get a number 1. He doesn't look at football like you and I do.
Yeah.
He doesn't understand.
Yeah, I don't know anything about
The Bills
football.
went out and got Stephon Diggs. The Eagles went out and got A.J. Brown. So who's the guy for Justin Fields that the Bears could go after?
Oh, yeah. You've heard the rumors. T. Higgins is a guy that's available for trade. DeAndre Hopkins is a guy that's available for trade. You could bring in some free agents. Obviously, Jacoby Myers to me isn't a number 1. Paris Campbell is a good addition, but he's not the number 1. So there's no number 1s in free agency right now. Through the draft, I think you got to go defense, but I think there could be a trade available to trade down that first pick. You get a second, you get a third, you get some more draft capital. Now you can ship these together. You can get a guy like Hopkins. You can get a guy like T. Higgins instead of Tyler Boyd, maybe instead of Higgins. You get Tyler Boyd. You can get a guy that Mike Thomas is a guy that they say that the Saints are going to release this year because obviously he's the injury risk. He's a guy, I don't know, but you know what he's capable of, and maybe for the Bears he's worth a shot. He's still not even 30 years old yet. So if you get him a number 1 receiver, I think that could drastically improve his game, like you saw it improve Jalen Hurts' game from his second year to third year. He went from an 85 rating to a 101 rating after getting A.J. Brown. Come on, it's crazy the difference.
So we're joined by Clay Harbor, former tight end for the Colts, Eagles. From Twitter, became a media member, works in Chicago, in Florida. I forget what market you said. You'll tell us before you leave. But that's so impressive. The power of Twitter. What? So you went on Twitter and you said, I want to start following the NFL and get into it. I want to start going into media. What advice would you give someone that is looking to get into the business?
Man, for me, it just shows if you have a goal and you have something that you want to do and you're willing to go after it and put yourself out there and really invest into it, that you can do whatever you want. And for me, I did a lot of things like that. Like for the Senior Bowl, I paid my own way to go to the Senior Bowl just to network with these scouts, these media members, and got a lot of fun opportunities coming up from that. Just doing things like that, coming here. Obviously I work for these networks, but they didn't pay my way. You're like investing in yourself, investing in your opportunity, investing in your dream, what you want to do, and you can do anything. And obviously with the Twitter stuff and from there going on these shows, the podcast, getting all these opportunities, as long as you write it down, you put the work in, I think you can do whatever you want to do. And for me, I go back to my NFL career. I was from Missouri State. People talk about, I was a 2-star recruit, I was a 3-star recruit, I was overlooked. I wasn't even on the website. That was a 0-star. They didn't know me. I was a walk-on to Missouri State. Nobody said I could make the NFL. I worked hard. I was a 4th-round draft pick, the first draft pick in 15 years from Missouri State University. So have a goal, work hard. I almost failed out of high school. Now I'm finishing up my MBA, my master's from Kelley School of Business. you work hard, you set a goal, and you stick to it, anything's possible.
That's some great life advice, and I mean, you've done it all. I mean,
That's amazing.
everything that you put your mind to, and I tell people all the time, you know, you want to do something, do it. Don't hold yourself back.
Yeah.
So I appreciate you taking the time, Clay. If you could tell us once again where we can find you.
Yeah, you can find me on Believe in Jaguars, Believe Podcast, ESPN 690 Jacksonville, as well as CBS2 Chicago Bears post-game shows. If you're watching the post-game shows, I promise next year we're going to have more wins to talk about, and we're not going to be talking about all these losses. So that's where you can find me.
Well, Clay, thanks again, and we appreciate your time.
Yeah.
Hey, amigos, we'll be right back. We're just taking a quick break, and then we have another interview at 10:45 with JB, me, and Jay James. We'll be right back, so stick around, guys.
What is up, guys? We are back. I'm with John Shear, getting ready to have a special guest on the show. Joining the table here, table 56 on Radio Row, Sideline Sports. We're going to be joined by former NFL safety Andrew Sendejo, who spent a lot of time with the Minnesota Vikings, with the Colts, and also briefly with the Eagles.
He's here now.
What's going on,
Not
Andrew?
much.
Thanks for joining the table.
Are we rolling right now?
Yes, we
Yeah,
are.
What's up?
We're good.
Oh,
All right, so before we get started, one of our sponsors, they run a charity golf tournament. It's a SGC. It basically is to help kids with cancer, kids in hospitals that are fighting illnesses.
okay.
And we give, if you're into cigars, he gives out cigars.
Complimentary
to our guests
cigar on the house,
for
man.
you. Basically, he sells cigars, and the profits all go to kids with
Okay.
illnesses.
Nice.
So we just wanted to make sure we offer you a cigar
All right.
free. It's a part of our show. And
Part of the experience.
Yep, part of the experience. Take it away, James.
So we have the Super Bowl this week and the experiences and everything going on, but the Eagles versus the Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes, one of the best quarterbacks in the league, obviously. So you spent some time with Jonathan Gannon, who's the defensive coordinator of the Eagles. How do you think he's going to try to attack this Chiefs offense, try to slow down Mahomes?
Yeah, I think he just has to keep depending on the pass rush to, keep him contained as best as they can. Obviously, that guy does a great job getting out of the pocket, extending the play with his feet. And I think just keeping the calls simple, not making it too crazy for the guys on, in a hectic game. So I think he'll just keep it simple, let the pass rush do their thing.
Yeah, absolutely. So how would you describe Gannon as a coach, just being with him with the time you were with him?
He was pretty calm. Not a big rah-rah coach that, yells and screams a lot. I don't know what he's like as a coordinator, but, very, very relaxed. He likes to claim that he doesn't ride the emotional roller coaster. That's his claim, yeah. So, but overall, great coach.
How do you think he's going to call this game? You know him so well. How do you think he's going to call this game against a team like the Chiefs? I mean, that's.
I think he's going to keep it simple, and then I think if they get into a groove and they're playing well, then he might start getting more aggressive and dial it up.
So talk to me a little bit more in depth, because you played in the NFL, you know about schemes and all that stuff. So what kind of coverages do you think would best suit the Eagles against a team like the Chiefs?
Yeah, I think for sure you're going to have some doubles on Kelsey, and just trying to. It depends on when they start getting attacked in certain ways, they might try to help other guys out. Obviously, you just got to try to mix up the looks, but I think for them it's just not getting frustrated, because a lot of times with the way Kansas City plays, they're going to scramble around and make plays, and even if you cover your guy, he still might get the ball later in the down. So I think just staying consistent throughout the game and getting the pass rush, trying to get to Mahomes, make him throw some off balance throws, maybe some bad throws, some tips, overthrows, trying to get some turnovers.
Absolutely. So there's been a lot of talk about the NFL and player safety and everything, and a lot of people think the NFL is going in the wrong direction with the roughing the passer penalties and things of that nature. So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, there's definitely a difference in the league now versus when I got into it. A lot of times I like to say that the league is going soft, that, it's not obviously a lot of the rules are made for player safety. A lot of them are just, they're really difficult for a defensive player to be able to tackle. Just to even tackle somebody alone is hard enough, let alone saying, okay, now you have to tackle them this way.
Right.
It puts the defenders in a bind quite a bit, but that's the NFL. Everything's made for the offense to succeed and to put points on the board. So that's the life you live when you play defense. You just have to get used to that. The league was made in favor, and all the rules in favor of the offense.
So is there anything you think the NFL could do that could kind of balance it out, make it a little bit more fair for the defense while still promoting player safety?
I think the sack, like the roughing the passer rules, are just a little like I think it needs to be very apparent that the guy, purposely fell or lay on him. All these ones that they're calling are just so ticky tacky, and you could tell the guy's not purposely trying to lay a fall on him.
You guys are a brotherhood. You don't want to.
I mean, yeah, you're never like trying to hurt somebody. Like, I think you should just use your judgment when it's like a clear, egregious act of trying to fall or hurt somebody, then throw the flag. But I mean, if the guy just sacks him and he ends up kind of falling on him, like, that's just how it is.
Yeah, I mean, you see plays like, I'm not going to say one play necessarily dictates who wins the game. Like, we know that's crazy because there's a million plays that happen. But a play where Mahomes went down out of bounds and he kind of flopped. Like, do you think a situation like that, the refs should eat their whistle? Because, he really didn't hit him out of bounds. It was just kind of like you watch it, their feet got tangled, kind of like when you're running with the receiver and it's an incidental contact. It was more of that, and then Mahomes kind of flailed like a soccer player, and then everything went crazy. Do you think they should beat their whistle or something like that?
I don't know. I think there's plays where it's obvious the guy is going out of bounds, and as soon as they start to like even get a foot out of bounds, you just pull up, especially when it's the quarterback, because they're out of all the guys that are out there that are carrying the ball, that's the guy they're going to protect and throw the flag on. If it was maybe a running back or receiver, maybe not. So you just have to be more conscious when you're around the quarterback ever.
So let me ask you this. When you're going 100 miles an hour, like a sideways, how do you stop? You know what I mean? Like, you're going after Mahomes, you want to make a play, but you're going 100 miles an hour. Like, it's hard to think in that split second to just, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
I think there you just don't extend your arms, and that's part of being an elite pro athlete is that you are able to stop when you're going 100 miles an hour.
I'm going to talk about the Braintree Nutrition.
Yeah.
Please tell the world about this fantastic idea. So please tell us more about it. We're all about athletes having a better quality of life after.
Right. So I started Braintree Nutrition with two college teammates. One also played in the NFL, and we just wanted to make a product that was safe for us to take and our teammates to take, basically to help with enhancing and preserving and protect the brain and promoting brain health. So we have a line of 4 products. We have our memory and focus and brain anti-inflammatory product, kind of, and that was, what really plays, for guys like myself who are diagnosed with ADD, some guys ADHD. The NFL has a lot of really strict rules on prescribing medication for that, so we wanted to make something that didn't have any banned substances in it that guys could take. And so we have these 4 products that all work together, along with our probiotic, our stress and anxiety relief product, which is great. Like, take that after the game or after a long day of work, like just to take the edge off. And then we have our sleep aid product, because sleep is the foundation of brain health, mental health, overall health. And so they all kind of work together to have your brain basically firing on all cylinders and giving your brain the best chance to have the longevity that you need.
Where can they find these?
Yeah, so you can go to BraintreeNutrition.com. You can find us on social at Braintree Nutrition, and then a lot of people just go on Amazon and just add it to the cart. And we donate a portion of our proceeds to Alzheimer's research. So we really just made it to help. We made it, for our teammates,
great stuff.
My parents, really anybody can and should take it to help protect their brain, and instead of waiting till it's too late, to just get ahead of it.
That's amazing. That makes my day. I love whenever athletes are like looking to make other athletes, former and current, lives better. Like I just love that stuff. That's my favorite stuff. Is you guys are looking to give back and help other players because you know you've been through the grind. You know what it's like, and you don't want to see anybody suffer. You know what I mean with their
Right.
quality of life after
Yeah.
they're done being an athlete.
So you spent 12 years in the NFL playing the safety position. So I'm just curious, what are your top 5 safeties of all time?
Of all time,
Yeah.
all time. There's so many safeties. That's so hard to do. But I mean, you're gonna throw in like Hall of Famers like, Ed Reed, Palomalu, guys that are just, more my style. It's a little reckless and downhill. Those are the first 2 off the top of my head.
Andrew
That
Sandejo, that's a great
sure,
one.
yeah, for my mom, I'm definitely in her top 5. But a lot of good players now, and the safety position keeps evolving to where just more and more freaks are out there.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for your time. We really appreciate it. We got another guest coming up here in a few minutes, but anything else that you would like to tell a word about, promote, any websites that you would like to promote before we let you get out of here?
yeah, I think the other, just on top of trying to enhance kind of life after football, also down in Austin where I'm at, have a CBD company, Life Grows Green, and make a bunch of different tinctures and sleep remedies and salves and like muscle balms and bath bombs and all types of stuff. So you can go check it out at lifegrowsgreen.com. Yeah, so those are kind of the 2 things I've been working on since I've been done playing.
All right.
Awesome stuff, Andrew. Thanks for joining us once again.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
We'll be right back, guys.
So we're joined by Brandon Lang. Brandon Lang, is known to pick Super Bowls. He joined us. Something cool. I don't know if you realize. Matthew McConaughey played him in Two for the Money. I don't know about you, but if you had something that could play you in a movie and it was Matthew McConaughey, I don't know if you could do much better. How you doing, Brandon?
Doing pretty good. It came out in 2005, and people say, "How'd you get the movie made?" And I said, "Well, I took a job at a golf course as a caddy in LA. Figured I'd caddy for a producer, director, writer. I figured it'd be that easy." And I remember got the job at Riviera in '97, and my first loop out of the box was a Sunday afternoon single bag with Robbie Krieger, guitarist of The Doors. I remember walking down the first fairway, and Robbie lights up a joint, and I'm not a big weed guy. It's Robbie Krieger, guitarist of The Doors. So I take a hit, and again, I'm not a weed guy. So when I'm high, and we're talking about Jim Morrison and suicide, and I'm getting all paranoid, and it's like, wow. I remember calling my mom, and I'm like, if Robbie Krieger, guitarist of The Doors, is my first guy out of the box, I think I'm in the right place. And then 4 months later, I caddied for Rene Russo's husband, who's a screenwriter, Dan Gilroy, pitched him my idea. He loved it. He wrote it. 6 years later, Two for the Money with Matthew McConaughey, Al Pacino, Rene Russo, Jeremy Piven. Great cast. It's sort of like Rounders. Rounders came out probably 3 to 4 years too early than when the poker craze took off. Two for the Money probably 6, 7 years before sports gambling really took off. But at the end of the day, to sit back and 17 years later go, wow, Matthew McConaughey played me in a movie. That means any girl I meet, because I'm single, is like, baby, close your eyes. Here comes Matthew McConaughey. All right, here we go. They kind of get a little kick out of that. So it's great. If I could have picked any guy in Hollywood to play me, I know when I went to network the movie, it was Vince Vaughn, Ben Affleck, or Matthew McConaughey. So to get one of the three is pretty special.
That is awesome. So what, you said Vince Vaughn, who was the second one?
Ben Affleck
Okay.
or Matt. And to get Matt was spectacular because Matt's a sports bettor, as is Ben. And I think Vince is a sports bettor as well. So you watch the movie, Matt really captures the intensity of what it is to pick a game, win or lose a game, and have to turn around the next day and pick another game. The intensity of the character, I think Matt did a great job pulling it off.
So, I mean, I love betting. I have accounts probably with everybody that's here. Unfortunately, I'm in New York, so we don't have a place where
Not yet, but
it'll
it's
be
coming.
there eventually.
Yep,
yeah.
absolutely.
But what got you into sports gambling, and what's your method for trying to find a good game to bet on?
Well, my mom moved to Vegas in 1983. I got to Vegas in 1987, and I just was back to the sports book, just validating my opinion with the right people. One Sunday goes by, 2 Sundays goes by, and you tell one guy, the next week you tell 2 guys, next week you tell 3 guys, and over a 6-month period, I had 40 guys. And then the Pacino character heard about me in New York and brought me to New York and presented me with the opportunity to make a lot of money, for my opinion. And I did just that. I put me on TV, and I had a great run. And NFL, I had a very average season. I'm 5-1 in the playoffs. So it's just the yin and the yang of picking games every day. Being Brandon Lang, it's sort of a double-edged sword because I had a movie made about my life. People expect me to win every single day. Well, that's humanly impossible. It can't happen. And the one thing, if you've gotten to know me, I'm very transparent. If I'm losing, I say I'm losing. If I've won, I say I've won. I'm 20-5 picking the Super Bowl, but I've lost the last 2. So think about that. I was 20-3. I can blatantly sit here with you guys and say I was on the wrong side of Kansas City. I thought Andy Reid in the 2 weeks to prepare would know his offensive line can't block them, and he would scheme and game plan appropriately. He did nothing. I sometimes think Andy Reid coaches in a food coma and hadn't missed a meal since Christ came back 2,000 years ago. I really say that to people because he makes some of the dumbest decisions in the world. Go back to the Philadelphia-New England Super Bowl. That last drive, 5 minutes to go. You got to go, hurry up. You got to go. That drive took 9 days, 4 hours, and 21 minutes. No time left on the clock. Had the onside kick. It was done. Look at the Kansas City-San Francisco Super Bowl. They played like garbage for 3.5 quarters. And if not for 2 Chris Jones tip passes, he doesn't win that Super Bowl. And then look at the Tampa Bay Super Bowl. He completely got outcoached. So at the end of the day, I don't know if I trust him here. But then last year's Super Bowl, Beckham goes out in the second quarter. That killed the Rams. The missed extra point put the game on 3 rather than 4, which when people bought the half point off 4.5, you would at least got to push. I'll go to my grave saying that if Beckham doesn't go out, the Rams will win that Super Bowl by 2 touchdowns. The Bengals did not cross midfield in the game. They got the turnover that led to the field goal. The pass to start the third quarter, T. Higgins pushed off, which was blatant. Other than that, the Rams defense, that was it. But at that point, with the touchdown pass, the game was going to fall on 4. The only one I really missed was the Tampa Bay KC Super Bowl, which I'm still pissed to this day.
So how do you do your research for your picks?
I've been doing this 30 years, so you understand. I have a pro athlete's mentality. I played basketball and baseball at a very high level, so I understand. I trust what my eyes tell me. I trust my eye test, especially in college basketball. You had a game Monday night. I wish I would have did your show Monday, because I would have got you guys to bet everything you own, which I told everybody here at Radio Row too. Duke played Saturday against North Carolina. Rivalry game, went down to the wire. You're drained. They turned around on a Monday, went down to Miami to play Miami of Florida. And if you've not seen the Canes play, Jim Laranga has a squad that can go. Duke on the road has been shaky. Should have lost to Boston College. Got blown out at NC State. Miami was -3. They beat them by 22. They led by 15 early. You never had to sweat it. It's a situation in college basketball, and that's why I'm so good in college basketball. Is these kids, it's hard for them to get up after a North Carolina game. Last night got a little lucky. Had Texas A&M over Auburn. It was a tight game the whole way. A&M hit their free throws late, covered 3, winning by 5. I love college basketball. It's my number one sport. But for now, it's the Super Bowl. This is a tough-ass game. I'm telling you. On one hand, Philly's the better team. They got the better lines. On the other hand, it's stinking Mahomes. It's like you gotta rip his heart out, stab it, jump on it, and don't let him get up. And the thing that pisses me off about the Cincinnati game, Cincinnati's defense got Joe Burrow the ball back twice in the last 7 minutes. That first drive, 6 minutes to go, 2nd and 3 at their own 37. Burrow had the check down to Havenhurst and Mixon, turned it down, threw deep, not only on 2nd and 3, but threw deep on 3rd down and 3. That was the drive where they were right there, drive down, kick the field goal, win the game. Then they get a stop. Then they get the ball back. The last thing you want to do is give Mahomes the ball back. They did, and that's what happened. So this is tough. I'm going to have my pick at BrandonLang.com in the next 3 hours. I got to release it. And I tell you guys, I went to bed last night, and I'm like feeling pretty good about Philadelphia. But every time I go against the fat man and Mahomes, they bury me. Every time. It's like Andy Reid sits there and goes, hey, somebody troll Brandon Lang's website, see who he's using, because then I'll know if we're going to show up or not. He owns me. Absolutely owns me.
Wow. It's tough sometimes. There are certain things that it just are difficult to pick. You know, it's like betting against Brady back in the day. You know, it was never a good thing. So you said BrandonLang.com is where we can find your picks. And on your site, you do picks other than football? You do college basketball?
Oh, God, I have 10 handicappers on my site that pick various games. Somebody's always got the hot hand. I think 4 or 5 of my guys are red hot in college basketball as well. So it's always, and again, website with my 10 handicappers is a great way to start. Everybody's got a rock solid opinion. I do have some prop bets that I love. I think Gainwell's rushing yards, he rushed for 47 yards against the Niners. His over under rush yards are 18.5. I'm beyond shocked. I'm beyond shocked it's 18.5. Secondly, Kelsey anytime touchdown is -140. Do we not think Kelsey's going to get a touchdown? Yes, -140. And the last one I like, both these kickers got big legs. They do. Over under field goal 47.5. I think we're going to get a long one. I do, and those are the 3 that I really like. The Gainwell, I've unloaded on. I'll be shocked if he doesn't get 26.
He's been the unsung hero of the Eagles in these playoffs.
Really has, and that's the thing about the game is which way am I leaning right now as I get ready to get off your show? I'm kind of leaning toward Philly only because I really believe they're going to be able to run the football. I really believe that KC's not going to be able to stop the run. And if you can't stop Philly's run game, you are not beating them. I don't care who you are. And then their D-line is – I was talking to Brian Billick earlier this morning, and he made a great point. He said the physicality of the defensive line of the Eagles is something the Chiefs have not seen all year long. Remember, the Chiefs should have lost to the Chargers twice, should have lost to the Raiders, probably should have lost to the Texans in Houston where they had to go to overtime, and they should have lost to Denver twice. So before we anoint them as this team that blows everybody out, they were the worst team this year in the NFL against the spread. Think about that one for a minute.
It's a great point. Well, Brandon, we appreciate you coming here. If you haven't seen Two for the Money yet, you got to see it. Matthew McConaughey, unbelievable cast. You know, Matthew McConaughey played Brandon Lang. Watch the movie if you haven't. You know, check out BrandonLang.com in about 3 hours. So that would be somewhere around 2 o'clock Mountain Time to get the pick for Sunday.
I got one more funny one for you that I just got sent to me this morning. The team, this is crazy. The team that has won the coin toss in the last 8 Super Bowls has lost the game. Let me say it again. The team that has won the toss went on to lose the game in the last 8 Super Bowls.
That's interesting.
So don't bet yet. Wait for the coin toss. Whoever wins it, call your bookie, bet the other side. We got our winner.
Brandon, I want to thank you for stopping by. We appreciate you. Remember, BrandonLang.com, 2 o'clock Mountain Time, you can get the pick. But we'll be back in just a few moments.
learn too.
So we're joined by Anne-Marie Krautman, Krautheim, the CEO of Gen Youth. So welcome to the show, Anne-Marie. How
Thank
you doing?
you. Good morning. It's great to be here.
So you were named CEO last year of Gen Youth. Tell us a little bit about the organization.
Yeah, Gen Youth was formed about just over a decade ago by America's Dairy Farmers and the National Football League. We are an organization that's a nonprofit. We're actually recognized as a public charity, and our mission is to create healthier school communities. We do that by bringing together public and private sector organizations, so corporations, foundations, government, individual contributions, and then we bring those to schools. Increase access to healthy food and increase opportunities for students to be physically active before, during, and after school.
So that's really important. I mean, a lot of people don't realize, a lot of children don't get nutritious meals at home. So, I mean, how important is that when you're looking to work with different schools?
It's critical. Over 30 million children in this country rely on school meals for a significant portion of their daily nutrition. And for many kids, it's the only healthy meal they receive on some days. And unfortunately, schools, just like consumers right now, are struggling with the higher food prices, supply chain challenges, labor shortages. So they need our help more than ever to get these healthy meals to kids, and also increase access to the meals. And what I mean by that is school breakfast participation is about half of what it is at school lunch. And the reason for that is there's barriers to go to the cafeteria for breakfast. One is busing. Our schedules, kids need time to get to the cafeteria to get their breakfast before class. And then the other part is stigma. Many children don't want to go to the cafeteria in the morning because they think it signals to their peers they don't have access to healthy food at home. So our grants help get school breakfast out of the cafeteria. We give them the equipment, rolling carts, milk coolers, so the kids can literally grab and go off the bus or coming into the building. And it increases participation in double digits, and it's significantly effective. It's considered the gold standard to help get more kids more breakfast.
So, I mean, you guys are a 501c corporation, a charity. How can people that are not here, that are watching at home, get involved to help you out?
Yeah, we would welcome that. Every little bit of help makes a difference. And our website is genyouthnow.org. It's GEN, like generation, genyouthnow.org. There's a donate button there if you're interested in contributing to our grant program. There's also information about the work that we do with students. We're real believers of empowering students to drive change. If the kids that we work with say, if it's about me, don't do it without me. So you'll find resources there about our programs, insights we've gleaned through youth, surveys we've done with school nutrition, physical education teachers. So there's a wealth of information in addition to the opportunity to donate.
Now, you guys always put on one of the best gatherings or parties during Super Bowl week. You have Taste of the NFL. If you've never been to it and you ever want to go to a Super Bowl party, I recommend buying a ticket. Can you tell us a little bit about how you put that together and who's going to be there this year?
Yeah, absolutely. This is the Taste of the NFL has been in existence for over 30 years. Gen Youth has been the beneficiary this will be our third year. So it's a big event. It takes a lot of planning. But we bring together chefs. We have over 30 chefs coming to the event so people can sample and taste the delicious cuisine that they'll be preparing. We have 5 national well-known chefs. Chef Andrew Zimmern, who's well-known TV personality chef. Carla Hall, also very well-known TV personality. We have a chef from Texas, Tim Love, who's known for his urban Western cuisine. Mark Bucher out of DC is known for his steak and burgers. And then also Lashita Perry, she's known as the Queen of Flavor, and she is a specialist in pastry. So there are kind of core chefs that have been with us over the past couple of years. In addition to that, we have 25 chefs from the Phoenix area who are bringing delicious recipes that are unique to this area. We also have over 30 NFL players and legends who will be on hand to mix and mingle with guests. So it's really a celebration about food, football, and fun. But at the end of the day, purpose is at its core. All revenue generated from the event comes back to Gen Youth, and then we take those funds, and in this case, the event is specifically dedicated to tackle hunger. So the dollars that come to Gen Youth coming from this event will go out to schools in all 32 NFL club markets to help them with their school nutrition programs and increasing access to school meals.
And now also, I know I've gotten emails since that tuned into the Taste of the NFL. You guys also have a charity auction
We
online.
we do. There's an auction. We'll be actually auctioning live a pair of Super Bowl tickets. There's a lunchbox wall that people can buy lunchboxes, and they're full of goodies. And then they can also donate online as well. And the Taste of the NFL this year is presented by Quaker, Frito-Lay, and the PepsiCo Foundation. Their generous contribution really helped us to make this event possible. And then we have other supporters and sponsors and brands that will be represented at the event as well.
Yeah, I think that's one of the most important things that I love to see, especially with organizations and corporations, to give back, because we're all fortunate to be here, to be healthy, to be well nutritioned. There's a lot of people that don't have that, and it's great to see this whole group come together to give back.
They do, and all these people really are there because they care about youth and they care about overcoming hunger. 1 in 8 children in this country alone is living in food insecurity, and for children in communities of color, it's closer to 1 in 5. So far too many children are waking up each day wondering when their next meal can come from, and we know that a good breakfast is good for children's minds as well as their bodies. Research shows they perform better academically, they get better nutrition. So we're just really proud to have such a solid group of partners and football players coming together for this event and sharing their time with us to help support a good cause.
Definitely. Just one last question before I let you go, because I know you're running around to get this out to as many people as possible. With the pandemic, that was one major problem, because children weren't going to school, so they didn't have that availability of that nutritious food that you guys are helping get there. Now that the pandemic's mostly controlled, mostly controlled, and children are back at school, is the situation a little bit better for the children at this point?
Well, they have easier access to the school meals. However, just like we're facing as consumers, the supply chain's a challenge. Food prices are higher. So what it says on the school meal menu may not have come in the day before. So at the end of the day, children are back in school, which is a great thing. At the same time, school nutrition programs are facing challenges, and they need help to continue to feed children and nourish their minds and bodies.
Well, Anne-Marie, I want to thank you for stopping by. If you could just give the website one more time so everybody has it.
Yes, our website is genyouthnow.org. And if you're interested in checking out the Taste of the NFL, the recipes are there, a lot of other information. It's Taste of the NFL.
We'll be right back.
joined by Charlie Young. We're back here at Radio Row, Sideline Sports Show. JB Ellis, James Tatum, Charlie Young to my right. Charlie Young's number one round, sixth pick out of UFC for the Philadelphia Eagles, who are in this Super Bowl. So, Charlie, welcome to the show.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for having me. And this is a great opportunity for me, maybe to express some of my thoughts.
So, what are you up to now? What are you doing? What brings you to Radio Row?
What brings me to Radio Row is exploratory. I'm checking out, see how everything is run, how it's done, and eventually I will have my own podcast and tell my story. See, I played in 2 Super Bowls. See up there, right there, there's 2 Super Bowls up there that I played in. Super Bowl 14 and Super Bowl 16.
That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
So you won a national championship at USC.
Yes, I did.
Played at 2 Super Bowls.
Yes, I did.
All right. How does winning a national championship compare to playing in the Super Bowl?
Well, it's different. One, the obvious reason, one, you get paid, and one, you don't.
So when you were playing, were you hungry to win the national championship because you weren't getting paid, or when you were playing, which did you feel like you?
No, I see, most people that play this game play it because they love it. You cannot play this game without loving it because it is too difficult. And most people don't realize that this game is a mind game. They think it's physical. See, but it's the mind that controls all your body movement. And those who control their mind best in this environment, they will win that game on Sunday.
So you're going to do a podcast. What type of podcast do you think you're going to be doing?
Oh, it's easy. See, if I tell right now, everybody will try to copy it. It'll be that good.
I can't wait to see it. Then I know I got to.
No, it's going to be great, and it will be narrative, and it will be interviews, much like you're doing, and you'll get people just like you're doing, and tell stories. Not only stories, tell life stories. See, because people are going through, excuse the expression, people are going through hell. And I don't care who you are, everybody in here, everyone, all these people here, they are looking for hope.
That's true. I got to agree with you on that.
Yeah, and they're looking for hope. And I'm not looking for a niche audience. I'm looking for only the people who want to improve. That's all.
That's great. What?
Why did I do that? No,
okay,
what made me want to do that?
Why are you driven to create a podcast?
Because I have a purpose. Even before it was called a podcast, I used to do these little things 30 years ago. I didn't have all the equipment and to do it then. Back in those days, it was expensive to do that, and you needed a whole technical group. Now you can do it just sitting down and do it. Now you can have one guy over here, one guy over there, and you can do it all. You can take one computer and just do it and tell the story. You can be in London, you can be in Montreal, you can be in Los Angeles, you can even be in Phoenix.
That's true. It's we're all over the place. I'm in New York, James is in Philly, John is in Gettysburg, so I get you. You could be all over.
Uh-huh.
So that's great. So what was it like preparing the 2 Super Bowls?
It is it's very difficult to explain that, because here you have something that you've been looking for all of your life. I mean, since you started playing, the goal was really to get here. That was the goal, and very few people get that opportunity. There's some great players who never got a chance to play in the Super Bowl, and to go to the Super Bowl, you need. Some people say you need luck. I don't think you need luck, because I had a coach who used to tell me, luck is when preparation meets opportunity, and then, so you have to get that. When opportunity comes, you have to get it. You have to overcome. You see, at the University of Southern California, which I went to, we had a saying, and the saying was "fight on." See, most people don't know what that means. Fight on means something that you have done, something that you have gone through. Now, you look like you're from New York. You look like you like you got a little Jewish in you, and maybe a little Eastern European in you, and you might be what they call it, Anoski or from that part of it. And so you have struggled, you have gone through, and see most people don't realize a struggle is there to bring out the greatness in you. You see, when I came over here, and you said something, I knew that you were an important person. Why? Because you sound like you were in charge.
I don't know. At home, who knows? But here, yes, I'm a little bit in charge.
No. See, your voice betrays you.
Right. That's very true. I got to agree with you on that.
And see, I have always been an individual who has been quote unquote a leader of men. And see, and you have to have leaders to lead in difficult times. Anybody can lead when everything is going good. It is the difficult time that you must navigate.
So when we were talking before we started, you mentioned that you were the first black player drafted in your draft at number 6.
Yeah.
So this year is historical, and it's sad to me in 2023 we still have to talk about this.
What's that?
That we have the first time ever that we have 2 African American quarterbacks going against each other in the Super Bowl.
Okay, but why is that?
For a lot of reasons.
Well, I'm listening. Go ahead. You brought it up. Tell me about it.
It's unfortunate that people we look past just how great they play, and it's just never happened before. And there was unfortunately racism in the country for many years.
Look at you. You dance around that. You did a good job. I got to hear you say you did a good job on that. You were politically correct and everything. You hit all of those spots. Yeah, but I'll tell you what it is. Since I told you I'm not politically correct. And since you brought it up, it's a lot of time the NFL, and not only the NFL, but America hindered that because they thought that a black man could not think. And if you notice anything, for a long period of time, right down the center of that line, from the quarterback to the center, to the linebacker to the free safety, that was a thinking man's position. And they thought that a black man couldn't think enough to play that position.
Interesting. I didn't realize the other positions the same way. That's fascinating.
Well, I'm a fascinating person.
Listen, I'm always up to learn, and I had never thought about it that way.
Well, if you take the time and think about it, if you look at it, I went to a university called University of Southern California. I mentioned that before. I'm going to say it again. Why? Because they have always been so-called progressive in that. Because I played with a black quarterback. His name was Jimmy Jones. And even before Jimmy Jones, there was a guy, if you do your research, you'll know, his name was Willie Wood. Willie Wood was a Hall of Famer who played for the Green Bay Packers. And he was a quarterback at SC. He played quarterback at SC. But no one knows that. And he didn't even get drafted. He had to go in as a free agent. And he went to the Green Bay Packers. And they moved him from a quarterback to a defensive back. And he made the Hall of Fame. That's how great he was.
Yeah, it's wild to think that it was like that. I mean, I remember growing up. I was born in the 70s from Brooklyn, but I remember, hearing talk in the 80s, with the NFL pregame shows, can an African American play quarterback?
Yeah, that's what they were
back
saying.
then it was kind of the black man play quarterback.
That's right. That's right.
They didn't use the term African American back then.
Was it a Negro?
But and it was wild to see because growing up in Brooklyn, listen, everybody's your friend. You have people of all sorts of people in New York City together, and you hang out with everybody. So to hear that, it was like, why can't they? And now to at least see it, it's great to see. I mean, Patrick Mahomes and Jalen Hurts are both phenomenally young men.
See, yes, they're phenomenally young men. See, but those young men stand on the shoulders of other people that did not get the recognition for that. Guys that played and gave them the opportunity. There's one guy most people know. His name is Doug Williams. He came and he came from historically black college, and he came and played, and he was the number 1 draft choice, and they didn't think he was going to play. But the coach that I played for at USC, which was John McKay. John McKay drafted him and played and had him play for him, and he wouldn't have this guy named Joe Gibbs. But because Joe Gibbs used to be at SC himself. And so he went there and he went and tutored him and showed him and gave him the courage and the inspiration that he could do it. Everybody needs inspiration. And by him doing it, then eventually when he got injured or some stuff happened, and he got out of football for a while, and then Joe Gibbs brought him to Washington Redskins, and the rest was history.
Yes, it was. He won a Super Bowl.
And this is what they call Black History Month. So we'll talk about it.
Charles, I have to say, you're an amazing interview. I want to sit down and talk to you all day because there's so much you've experienced.
Well, then I'll give you my number, and then we can call after this is all over, and then we can chit chat a little more.
Definitely, I would love it.
All right, my pleasure.
So where can people find you? You're on social media.
I'm not here for people to find me. See, I'm not here. Everybody here is basically selling something, and they doing all this other stuff. I'm not. I'm here to learn and to grow, and then when the next time I talk to you, I'll tell them where they can find me.
Awesome, I love it.
Okay.
Real quick,
Yes.
just last thing before you go.
Yes.
USC going to the Big Ten or whatever they call it.
It's a money issue.
How is it going to work with them having to play Rutgers and Maryland?
Easy. It's like it is for them playing Oregon State and Utah and anybody else. It's a business. And it's the only reason they go in there because they needed something to compete. The Big Ten?
Yeah.
The Big Ten needed to compete with the SEC. And so they bringing in all the major marketing regions like Los Angeles. Los Angeles is big, and Rutgers is in New York. And so those are the media places.
Exactly. It's very true. I think it's a great move to two historical colleges that always were great at football and basketball. I hope you guys do well. It's always more fun when you have the good teams do well. We get rid of these Alabamas.
No. See, Alabama brings the greatness out of you. See, most people don't realize that. See, I'm not that type of guy.
I just don't like seeing it the same team every year.
Well, that's because you're not in there. And see, if you were there, if that was you, you would love it.
True. That's true. But Charles, thank you, man. We got to talk more. I love talking to you. You're a great man.
No, I'm controversial. See this guy right here, he's waiting for me.
Oh yeah. Mike, step in a second. Let everyone see Mike Hernu. If you watch any of our shows, you know Mike. So real quick,
Pac-12.
This is Charles. We're gonna head down. You guys have a great day.
And I want to
we'll
thank you. I want to thank you and thank all of your listeners. And to see a individual on your show in the Super Bowl, who has no one who can actually have feelings of winning and losing.
Well, we appreciate it, Charles. It was an honor.
All right, the honor is mine. Have a great day, and may I be
Sports fans are gearing up and saving big at Fanatics.com, the world's largest collection of officially licensed fan gear. From all the leagues, teams, and players you love, unique one-of-a-kind designs exclusively by Fanatics, and autographed collectibles from today's biggest stars shipped directly to your home. Join Fanatics Rewards for free to earn fan cash on every purchase. Shop now and for a limited time, get 20% off all orders. Fanatics.com, officially licensed everything.
you know, kind of afraid to deal with. So I called it. We had a great debate. It went, you know, after reached out to me and said, hey, take proceeding officer more. So that's when I started the field.
That's awesome. So, Michael, tell us about your journey getting here.
So I played for 15 minutes with the New York Jets, and it was not for long. That was back in the 80s with the Sack Exchange, and from there I went into ministry. But I was in media before and so forth. But what has me here today is the NFL Wellness Challenge. As an NFL alumni, I can tell you one of the most difficult problems that we face right now in America, health-wise, is obesity. And so we teamed up with Richard and the guy Russ Allen and some guys creating Wellness Now. And the idea is to focus on tackling obesity and helping people, not players, but live their best self. I like to say is, as a NFL player, former, help motivate people to be their best self. We can't make people do something they don't want to do. Help them, encourage them to do. And that's what's got me here. That's what has me at the Super Bowl.
So, what got you into the cause, I guess, of obesity, the Wellness Challenge?
I couldn't tie my shoe without losing my breath.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. When I walk up the steps, I start sweating so bad that I thought I was going to, and I was, quote unquote, relatively healthy. And then the doctors, do blood tests, they tell you your numbers are all over the chart. It's like, so that's what got my attention. And I knew I had to do something. So 50 pounds later, it was over a period of time. My latest was about 30 pounds, but it was in periods of time. But now I think I have the tools and resources to help people off. Richard can talk. We're doing that, not just journey, with go up and down. You lose your game. But now we're focusing on helping people keep it off and giving former NFL coaches, players, right, the ability to coach others to help motivate them to be their best selves.
That's all. I mean, you having, epic media, being in the media, the Houston area, throughout the country. I mean, how you were partnered with this Wellness Challenge. How does that feel in that position where, you're helping some former great players back and be healthy to live more productive lives?
The most rewarding experience ever. We on track for goals. We have the same energy that we have football players. We want to win, but we translate that mentality towards. And when we get a teammates with I mean, I have not been this motivated since I played with these guys. So it's a lot. And then, as I got the privilege of tracking your results this season, we use the same example. Michael and I follow as players, and I come up with an acronym for that too. Motivate, appreciate, that's what coaches do. That series happens. Some days it's on you, some days it's trying to encourage you. So it's a combination of those different things. I know that he on track Yeah. See when
Those holidays.
right? And so I'm like, okay, this is working great. Let's keep doing that.
That's
So
awesome.
we're able to keep it.
And we're back, guys. Sorry about that little technical glitch, but we are back. So go ahead, Richard. You were saying how you're the offensive coordinator of the wellness program, which is so important. I mean, I like how you put it because I was a guy. I actually lost a lot of weight, and you have to look at it as a challenge. You have to and you have to game plan it. You need help from outside of yourself. It's not easy to sit there. You have some people that can eat anything, can do anything, and they don't gain weight. But some people, they need help. And that's why it's great to have an offensive coordinator like you. Tell us a little bit more.
Right. And also, it's more about education as well, because weight is only one factor in wellness. And sometimes that can be a specific number. So we look at it from a more holistic approach. We look at body fat, water intake, lean muscle mass, and weight, for example. So different metrics that we look at. So it'd be like looking at statistics at the game. Say, okay, he had 150 yards rushing. Yeah, but you got smoked by 40. So that doesn't really help us in that situation. But when you look at the entire box score, when you look at all the statistics together, you see the time of possession, you see the no turnovers, you see turnover defense. We take that same thing, we apply it towards wellness. Okay, you're eating right, getting proper nutrition, getting proper water intake, doing some exercise, getting proper sleep, you're managing your stress. So the combination of those things is going to be a whole better overall game plan. That's what a coach does for you that you can't do for yourself. A quarterback can't call his own offense. He's got to have someone on the sideline saying, "Hey, I see this. They're adjusting this. Let's make these changes." And so that's literally what we do as coaches. And this program is for everybody. You don't have to be a former player or any of that. We're reaching out to everybody because as a team, we're fighting against obesity, and we have some strategic partnerships. American Diabetes Association is one of them. NAMI, which is the National Alliance for Mental Illness, they'll be here tomorrow because we know that managing stress is a big part of it. And there's also, we're happy to say, Makanto, which is a company that makes alternate sweeteners. So you don't have to, give up your sweet palate, but they have monk fruit-based sweeteners that have no calories and it's not refined sugar. Right. So there are different ways that you can still enjoy your lifestyle without having to, sacrifice your health.
So, Michael, how do you feel being basically the pioneer of this project? You went to the doctor, you saw you were having some issues, and you pioneered change, not just for Colorado, but for people across the world.
So, being part of the pioneering change, but when you're we ran a diabetes prevention management program in New York State, a faith-based diabetes program, and it's called Faith Fights Diabetes. And we did the press conference at the Albany State Capitol, and it's a long walk. If you've ever been to the state capitol, it's a long walk, right?
Yes, I have.
So by the time I got to where they were doing the press conference, I was literally dripping sweat so much that they said, "We can't interview you. You're a mess. You look like you need to go to the doctor." I knew there was a problem, and here I am. We're starting a diabetes. So just exactly like Richard said, it's about giving people the right information and the right application at a time when they can handle it, when they want to receive it. And then the encouragement, the boost. So, because there's anybody that's been overweight, and most of us have, it's a battle. It's an up and down. It's an up and down. If you only focus on food alone, you'll lose.
Right.
If you focus on exercise and food alone, you'll still lose. You got to have fluid intake, stress management, sleep. My wife told me, sleep is such a huge factor. She's a therapist. And it's like she said, if you're not getting 8 hours of sleep or 7 hours, because I'm not used to getting that much.
Sleep is important.
It's important. So what is that? That means I have to diet what I do during the course of the day. And so you asked about pioneering. How does it feel? I love passing stuff on that's a benefit to people that might be able to appreciate it. And then, the more people you hang out with and you catch on to, and you start this whole community of seeing things better. And knowing then when you look at guys we played with and look at their lives and look at the quality of their lives, these were champions. These were like huge champions, not just their size, but, and to say, wow, man, the quality of your life expectancy is going to be diminished by 20 years simply because you couldn't get this under control. So I think it's a great feeling to be able to help.
Well, I definitely appreciate you both coming on the show, Michael Faulkner and Richard Walker. If you could tell everybody where they can find the information on the NFL Alumni Wellness Challenge.
Yes, go to NFLalumniwellness.org. You'll see all the information about the challenge. If you want to sign up for the challenge there, you can put your information in, select your coach. Mike's there, I'm there, David Blaha is there, Reggie Brown is there. So there are several coaches you can choose from. Choose your coach. Don't have to be me, don't have to be Mike. Select your coach. We'll be happy to reach out to you. We have to get you started on program.
Get yourself an offensive coordinator to get through it. It ain't that easy, trust me.
Absolutely, and we do corporate stuff too.
Right.
So we're bringing in companies.
Right.
We bring companies into the mix, into the conversation, because weight loss is one of the biggest factors in employee absenteeism, right? And low productivity. So obesity is a big issue on a whole lot of fronts. So
4 out of 10 Americans are dealing with obesity.
yes,
That's a large number to COVID. And we had a tremendous response to the pandemic, but we seem to be ignoring this. So if we can focus our energy as a nation on obesity, we can win the battle. But it's all about awareness, and that's what it all starts. That's what we're trying to do.
Well, guys, I appreciate it. I want to offer you guys a cigar. This is from the SGC Foundation.
Thank you.
Steve Ganser, who is actually, he works with a lot of you guys at the NFL alumni. He runs charity golf tournaments for children's hospitals throughout the country. You guys are always welcome. SGC Foundation to find out more. You guys are always welcome to golf with those,
great.
those tournaments. But it was a pleasure having you both on. I hope to talk to you again in the future and find out more about any other initiatives you have.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
And we'll be back in just a few moments. So just a heads up, I got James Tatum next to me. We're working on the schedule. Some of the names that we're looking forward to, we have former NFL quarterback of the Lions, Chargers. Lee Steinberg should be joining us later this afternoon. We got Rogers, who's going to be going with John on a different stream right now. Cam Rogers of the Lead Network. We got a lot going on here today. There are many people. There was a Debo Samuel sighting over at the Ringer table. I saw CD Lamb here with Old Spice. But the biggest and the brightest star that I saw today, James Tatum to my right, here with Sideline Sports and the Gauntlet. What do you feel so far today, James? What do you see that's happening?
It's a great experience. I mean, compared to the first couple of days, it was a lot slower. The stars are in the building, and there's a lot more stuff going on. So energy is really electrifying. So really looking forward to seeing the rest of the guests that come on and really having some great conversations.
Yeah, we have those two that I'm sure of. We have others throughout the afternoon. We have Chef and Zim tomorrow.
I got to give a shout out to my guy Charlie, though. He was probably my favorite.
Oh,
he was so funny.
I hope he calls me after.
Michael Brockner.
You do it. All right, guys. We'll be back with more stuff going on. Hang on. Coming up.
I think you got two of the best teams. I think really 1 and 2. 1 and 1 really of the league right now playing, and I think it's gonna be an exciting game. I'm excited to see both of the defensive lines and the trenches and see who wins that battle.
Now, before?
Oh yeah, plenty of times. Like you said, 11-year vet. I've probably done Radio Row 7 times. Just throughout my career, just going back and forth.
Cool. So how does this Radio Row compare to others that you've been on?
This one personally is a little bit less like frantic and busy because I don't know if it's I don't know. I feel like Arizona's so used to having big games here that everybody's kind of like accustomed and knows where to go. But for the most part, man, it's everybody knows where to go, where they're getting to, stuff like that. So it's pretty less frantic than a lot, some years in the past.
So play the line for years. Who was your, one play that you could think in your career that just stands out?
So I had a play. We're playing in St. Louis. And I hit Josh McCown. I forgot who it is. I forgot if he was something. He hit, his shoulder, but it came over and he called roughing the passer. They said I hit him too hard.
What's your thoughts on the roughing the passer calls?
I don't know, man. It's tough. I understand it. Like, I'm saying the business side of it. Hey, quarterbacks make money. People want to see them on the field. If they're on the field long, it's more money for the NFL to make. So I understand it business-wise. From a player's perspective, it's tough, though. It's tough, man. You got to think about how you want to get the quarterback right before you get to him, and depending on if a guy's pushing you in your back or, hanging you down, dragging you down. So, it's really difficult as a player to think about hitting the quarterback.
So the NFL is all about like promoting player safety and stuff, and that's why they keep doing all this stuff with all these calls. So what do you think the NFL could do to not, the defense is such an unfair position? Because it kind of seems like it's to the point that y'all can't even tackle and all that type of stuff. So what do you think the NFL should do about that?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I truly don't know. I see them trying to make the game safer, but it's also at the same time at the benefit of us, making tackles and being able to play more efficiently and faster. You have us thinking, so now you got guys in the back end that don't know how they want to play ball, or you guys who's going to tackle the quarterback, just push him and just hope if he doesn't fall down, he'll turn around and keep. It's going to be tough on the defense.
Tackle a quarterback, getting the sack. You got to worry about down. Let's see. I get the rule there. Not for that. It's just tough.
Yeah, man. It really is. I mean, football, so it's right. And yes, man, I'm opening up a restaurant in part of Houston, right off but yes, it's called Quad Houston. Bar lounge right on the side, all the games. It's elevated the dining experience. We're trying to the
All right, and we're back. So you were telling us about the restaurant in Cigar.
Yeah, I was just telling you elevated dining experience in the Midtown area.
So our guy Jay lives in Houston. Make sure he checks it out. I expect that you got the cigar out, so he's going to be there all the time. I know that.
Sure. Yeah, I see y'all have a couple cigars on the table here. So yeah, cigar lounge is very it's a dope experience for more professional smokers and guys that know what they're doing and know what they like. So I'm excited for both of them. I'm also expanding my brand. I got my hat already at Brock's brand. So I'm putting a lot. We got you. I understand my guy.
I appreciate it. Let me give you a cigar from the SB57 Foundation.
Oh man, I appreciate it. Really, thank you.
They're a foundation that raises money for children's hospitals and golf tournaments throughout the country. Definitely come by and stop by and play one. We appreciate it. Thank you. We'll be back in just a moment. And we're back with Eric Kramer, former quarterback of the Lions, Bears, and Chargers. Welcome to the show, Eric. How you doing?
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So you're here with an important message for this week on the radio row. What message are you here to talk about?
Well, first of all, I'm co-author book. Basically, I've played football, and so it's a little deals with that journey through year and a half, and then some of the ups and downs associated with that, namely depression. That started to actually happen. First time I suffered it was 1994, and then it's kind of how that's transpired. Unfortunately, tragic events happened in my life as well. Namely, my son Griffin, 18 years old, passed away from yeah, very tough. Not for everybody around. That was, eventually 2015. And, so the long recovery back, now that's 7 part never worked. First thing I was on and look at here. How long do you have? Somebody saying, here's been a challenge I've been dealing with. That way, you get what's in out, and then things like depression and anxiety never come in the door to begin with. if you're in there, anxiety has gotten a hold of you at times, then even more so. There's your team. If you don't have that team, find one, find a therapist, find a friend, somebody you can confide in, because most every human being walking around, if you give a chance, it's going to be an empathetic issue.
Right. So when it comes to men, the suicide for men is roughly 4 times higher than it is for women, especially for young men like ages 24 to 45 is particularly high. So why do you think there's such a stigma around that, and why are men just not more forthcoming about trying to like pursue those resources that can help?
Well, that's a good question, and I'll say from my own experience, back when I was playing as far back as Little Lions in 1990, I sought out somebody to help me slow things down mentally. His name's Kevin Wilson. He's no longer, he just retired. And, but he would be a great friend. And I doubt there was many people like me. And I think now there's these 2 words that now go together wherever you go, mental health, which never did before. And this is fairly recent. So I think it's an accepted thing, not only in sports and pro sports, and more importantly, sports. And later in life with jobs and corporations, they all have now real here. So getting things out, keeping it inside, it's kind of like shaking up a soda can and then popping it out. It's coming out. Do you want it to come out smooth over time, or do you want it to come out bursting out all at once? That's how that stuff happens. And I think when you mentioned men in particular, yeah, because why are men different than women? There's only 2. What makes so much more able to not try to get well? And so, right, so why not be proactive in talking things out? We have to have an audience and identify people who will be a good audience for it.
That's great. So we definitely love hearing about that. So what was the name of the book that you
The Ultimate Comeback.
Okay, and where can people find it?
At when it gets released, which is probably sometime late fall, Amazon. There's another one that Bill told me that is another outlet, production outlet. I can't remember the name of it right now, but it'll be on Amazon.
That's awesome. Talking about your football days, I was just looking at the information that they gave us. I didn't realize you were the only quarterback to win a game in the last 66 years for the Lions. That's insane.
I think that says less about me and more about me.
I know. Wow, that's crazy.
But I think Detroit, kind of like Chicago, has the right pieces in place to start advancing the ball down the field, like we did see this year in Detroit the last half of the season. And so I think good things are on the horizon for both.
Definitely. I love the coaching staff that they came into Detroit, and they're starting to put everything together, for sure. What was the experience like playing in Chicago?
Well, I loved it. I mean, we didn't have the best team, top to bottom, but being part of that organization, the guys that I got to become friends with, and fellow players, coaches, and I still keep in contact with, and the city, you know, there's no place that I've ever been where it's such a rabid fan base.
Yeah, I think
so.
Well,
if you win in Chicago,
it's
cool.
That's awesome. Glad to hear. And then you ended in San Diego, which is kind of a dream to play. I like that compared to playing in the cold weather. What was that like?
That's a very good question, because when the schedule would come out every year, so like you said, between Chicago and Detroit, or Detroit and Chicago, 9 years. was never a game in Arizona to end the season. There was never a game in San Diego to end the season, or Florida. It was always in Green Bay or Buffalo or Chicago. So to be in San Diego, where it hovers somewhere between 72 and 75 every day, was a dream come true.
Oh, I can imagine. I mean, you've had a great career. I know you have other interviews to get to, and I'd love to talk to you more about your career, but I wanted to get the message on your book and what you went through, because I think that's way more important. We've talked football all week, but your message is way more important than this, and we can get to this. Hopefully you'll come back another time. If you like cigars, the SGC Foundation, which is a charity that gives that raises money for Children's Hospital, gave us some cigars to give out. They work very closely with the NFL Alumni Association. If you want to take one, pleasure having you. We'd always love to have you back to talk more football.
Can't wait to do it again. JB, thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Eric. And we'll be right back, guys.
To see where we've come with the NFL and really a lot of the other leagues, but there was kind of this view that if you introduce
What do you
sports
mean? Put it back on.
into
You mean
the
switch
NFL,
cameras?
into the PGA, or into is been, earth-shattering to see the difference between where we were and where we are today.
Yeah, no, I see athletes individually and collectively have these little logos on their jersey. NBA with a little patch to the side, and the NFL maybe have something like that in your future. We don't know what that is yet, but I just think to myself, man, this is amazing. These are great times that we're in right now. I just foresee it becoming that much more dynamic, that much diverse.